New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Citi. Learn about Citi perks at Mets.com/Citi. By GMC. See the pros at your local GMC dealer. GMC, we are professional grade. By the New York State Health Department. Smoking is an addiction. For help quitting, talk with your health care provider. And by Verizon, the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network in America. After 4 days off for the All-Star break, baseball is back at Citi Field as the Mets get ready for the second half of the season. Mets find themselves 12 games in arrears in the National League East and in just about as dire a situation of the wild card, 10.5 games behind the Colorado Rockies, who are their opponents tonight. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets come back from the All-Star break with the first of 3 against the Colorado Rockies. Sandy Alderson held his usual first game of the homestand press conference today and was uncharacteristically blunt about his team. The Mets GM said that basically a plan is in place for the Mets to sell at the trading deadline. It would only change if the Mets had what he called an exceedingly good homestand. He also said that he is a general manager who favors offense, but that the defense this year has been below minimal standards, and he characterized his pitching this year as lousy. Quite a brutal assessment from the Mets GM.
Well, Sandy's a lawyer, and we're used to hearing Sandy talk in lawyers speak. He was astonishingly blunt in this broadcast. Like he said, the pitching was lousy. He pretty much took the blame on himself, took his share of the blame. He is the general manager. They've had their share of injuries for sure, but this is his team, and I admire him for taking that responsibility there. But it was shocking, Gary, to hear that, to be there during that interview session.
So let me ask you this, Keith. If you're a player in that clubhouse who's gone through the first 86 games of this season, and you hear your general manager say those kinds of things, how do you react?
Well, you know, there's different levels in that clubhouse. There are players that are young that are getting a chance to play because of the woes of the Mets, and they're not mature enough. It kind of will go over their head. The veterans know what's going on. They've been around. They've played for different teams. But the most important thing is that, you know, you just go out and do the job that you do. Sandy's under a lot of pressure right now, and I don't know whether he was angry, upset, or trying to motivate this club. Maybe all three, but it sure came out in full force.
And of course the subtext is the Mets have a host of free agents after this year. All their status on this team could be in question over the next couple of weeks. Meanwhile, if the Mets are going to play exceedingly well, it starts right now with the Colorado Rockies, who are the team at the second wild card level. Mets are 10.5 games behind. They've got 6 games against this team in the next 3 weeks.
Well, you know that if you're going to make a run, this is a perfect time. You're home against this Rocky team who played very good on the road early in the season. Now they're 26-21. They've kind of come back. They've always been a team that thrives at home and struggles on the road. You only got to take it one day at a time, but the Mets need to have a big series here to kind of get back in.
So it starts today as the Mets begin the second half of the season at Citi Field, taking on the Rockies on a damp night in New York. Mets and Rockies, all the action on SNY. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. To see the game played on its greatest stage, just guess how many baseballs it would take to fill the Old Dominion baseball trailer. You could win a pair of seats to one game at the next 3 World Series. Enter and see rules at odfl.com/tickets. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Mets will have their best on the mound tonight. Jacob deGrom will go for his 6th consecutive win. He gave up 4 home runs in his last start in St. Louis, but still got the victory.
Well, that 5-game winning streak has just been brilliant. Those numbers do not lie. In his last performance, Gary, the 2 back-to-back home runs in 2 innings. What a gutty performance. Something we've come to see. He's going for number 10 win tonight. He is definitely one of the top pitchers in baseball.
And the Rockies get their opening day starter back. His 3rd start since coming back from 2.5 months on the sidelines with a broken foot. John Gray.
Well, John Gray was a #1 draft pick for Colorado back in 2013 out of Oklahoma. And as Gary said, 3 starts in April, went on the DL, had his first start back on June 30th. This is his 3rd start since coming back. He's won both games since coming off the DL.
We've had a little rain. The rain has stopped. Game set to start on time. And the first pitch is coming right up. Rockies top 3 guys in the batting order. Blackmon, LeMahieu, and Arenado were all National League All-Stars this year. Mark Reynolds having a resurgence season. Carlos Gonzalez a dreadful season. Rockies in the 2nd wild card spot despite losing 13 of their last 18. Jacob deGrom set to face Charlie Blackmon to get it started. And deGrom's first pitch of the night, a fastball in for a strike, and we're underway. Blackmon hitting at .319, 5th in the National League, 117 hits, leads all of baseball. And he takes outside a ball and a strike. Blackmon started in center field for the National League in the All-Star game, went 0 for 3, and he takes the breaking ball down. 2-1.
There's the Land Rover numbers for Jacob deGrom, and there's no lie in there. He has just been outstanding. Only 2 bad starts the whole season long, and they were back-to-back.
Blackmon lines one to center. Conforto coming on, but he'll have to play him on a hop, and it's a leadoff hit for Charlie Blackmon, and he picks up right where he left off before the break. His 118th hit of the season, leading the major leagues.
Well, this is a guy that has come into his own the last couple years, Gary. He has impressed me. I always thought he was a little bit of a stiff swinger, but boy, oh boy, last year hit .324, and he's carrying it again forward this season. Gets ahead in the count. Always critical for a hitter.
And his first ever hit against Jacob deGrom. He had been 0 for 11 against Jake. Here's DJ LeMahieu, who didn't play in the All-Star game. He's been battling something of a groin injury. And thinking about the bunt, he fouls it off.
That's unusual right there. And there's your Lexus Met defense, and I think Conforto is going to get the lion's share of the playing time, and I think he should. And on the infield, you've got Rivera still at third base, continues to swing the bat well. The Mets defensively behind deGrom have only made 2 errors, as you see d'Arnaud behind the plate. All season long behind deGrom. You tell me, you throw strikes, you keep your fielders on their toes, they'll play good defense for you.
LeMahieu, last year's National League batting champ, hit .348, but sat out most of the last 5 games to protect that lead from an injured Daniel Murphy, who missed the last 2 weeks of the season with an injury. So it was, I don't want to say tainted, but it was a little sketchy.
It's not something that would Ted Williams would have done. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, you know, Jose Reyes got criticized for taking himself out after his bunt hit in the last game of the season to win a batting title. But here's a guy, LeMahieu, who had just 2 at-bats in the last 5 games of the season to protect his batting title. deGrom ahead of him 0-2. And late swing foul. At the same time, though, LeMahieu has made himself into a terrific contact hitter.
He's not a power hitter. Now, if you got 4 home runs at the All-Star break and you play pretty much every day, and you're playing half those games in Colorado, you're not a power hitter. That's for sure.
11 home runs last year, 4 this year.
But it's a perfect table setter. Your number 2 hitter.
More of a traditional number 2 hitter.
Yes, because you agreed.
One hopper back to deGrom, out at second, and Reyes will hang on to it. And settle for the 1-6 fielder's choice for the first out of the night. Thought he had a chance to get LeMahieu at first. LeMahieu's not running very well right now.
He got out of the box pretty good here, Gary. We'll take a quick peek. deGrom, perfect feed. I agree with you that maybe there was a shot. God, he's a big, tall guy, boy. Long legs, big strides. Deceptively fast.
So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Nolan Arenado. Having himself another tremendous year. Led the National League in home runs and RBIs each of the last 2 years. And he's tied for the league lead in RBIs again this year with 70. And he takes the curveball out of the strike zone for ball 1. Arenado, over the last 3 seasons, more home runs than anybody in the National League. More extra base hits than anybody in the National League.
He is a premier player.
Perennial Gold Glover. And he takes a fastball in the corner from deGrom, 1-1.
And it's always interesting, Gary, and I know you feel the same way. When the Rockies come to town, it's always fun to look at home and away statistics, offensively and pitching wise, with this Rocky team. You know, in the past, it's always been big stark differences.
Well, they're always going to put up better offensive numbers at home, but the margin is a lot closer this year. Bud Black, their first-year manager, former Padres skipper.
They played 3 more games on the road more than home, and there is a 49-run differential between home and away.
And Arenado takes a knee-high strike, 2-2. Well, they're averaging 5.8 runs per game at home, 4.4 on the road. In past years, it would be a 2 or 3 run discrepancy. This year, less than a run and a half. So they've clearly played better on the road than in the past. 26 and 21 away from Coors Field. And their pitching's had a lot to do with that. 2-2 coming. Little tapper, tough play. DeGrom off the mound to barehanded. And the off-balance throw is up the line. And to third goes LeMahieu. They waved off obstruction against Duda, and back to first base goes Arenado. Looked like Lucas was in Arenado's way as he tried to make the turn, and Arenado is shaken up, holding that left hip.
DeGrom makes a heck of a play. Probably should have ate it. Had no chance.
Now,
and a runner will advance on the throwing error.
I think the umpire ruled that Lucas was trying to make a play on the ball, and so even though he got in Arenado's way, there's no obstruction. And anyway,
he never hit him.
He'd already fallen down.
He fell down on the wet. It rained here pretty good all afternoon. They've had the tarp on the field. They were ready for it, the grounds crew, but he hurt himself on the fall.
So it'll be an infield hit for Arenado, an error on DeGrom allowing LeMahieu to advance to third, and now the question is whether Arenado's okay.
And you can't afford to lose a player of this caliber for the second half of the season. So if there had been contact, there would have been no interference here. I don't believe there would have been. But there was no contact whatsoever. And he landed on that left hip pretty good, and you can see him right there. And he's not a guy that's a ham actor. If he's hurt, he rarely shows it. He's a tough kid. No Academy Awards for Arenado.
So here's Gerardo Parra hitting cleanup. Parra just recently back from a stint on the disabled list with a quad injury, and he has really helped out the Rockies both before and after his injury, and he takes outside for ball 1.
335. Parra. Terrific glove. Really not a fourth hitter. You can't call him a fourth hitter. 6 home runs on the year. More of a table setter.
Throwing error for DeGrom, his first error of the season and only the 3rd of his major league career. He is a terrific fielding pitcher, just tried to do a little too much on a play where he probably never had a chance. But now in a pickle, 1st and 3rd and 1 out, and behind on Parra 2-0. Gerardo Parra has always given the Mets fits, going back to his early days as an Arizona Diamondback, and he fouls one away 2-1.
Oh, he had a cut on that one. 2-0. It was a slider. Tried to backdoor, but that had too much of the plate. He missed that one. Well, this is where DeGrom shines. You know, he doesn't beat. You have to beat him. When he's in trouble, he doesn't knuckle under. He really bears down.
Parra goes after a high fastball and fouls it back, and it's 2-2. During these last 5 starts where DeGrom has won 5 in a row, opposition hitters are just 1 for 15 against him with runners in scoring position. And looking to get a key out here.
Got a little help there. Should have been 3-1 instead of 2-2.
And Parra lifts one foul. DeGrom throwing hard, 96 miles an hour in this first inning.
Been staying away from the lefties. Kind of waiting for him to drop the changeup on him.
He has been shining over this last month. The rest of the staff, not so much. LeMahieu with third, Arenado at first with 1 out. Just getting started here at Citi Field. 2-2 coming to Parra, and he misses away. Full count.
It'll be very interesting to see. I don't think they'll send Arenado here with the, even with if he didn't fall on his hip and tweak it a little bit. I think they're going to hold him right here. Parra still runs well. Tough guy to double up.
on running, and Parra hits one through the hole, and that'll bring in the first run of the game. Third hit of the inning for the Rockies. LeMahieu comes in to score, and Colorado has a 1-0 lead.
Well, it's all about putting the pressure on the pitcher here, and they're very fortunate to get DeGrom in trouble with 2 bleeders to start in this inning. And the 3-2 count, got the fastball up. Parra's just a good hitter. You can see belt high out over the plate, and this is a Rocky team that's hitting .311 with runners in scoring position, and an impressive .310 with runners in scoring position, 2 outs.
And Parra came in to the night hitting .476 with runners in scoring position, so he's added to that. And now Mark Reynolds, who's maybe been the most pleasant surprise for the Rockies this season from an offensive standpoint. They signed Ian Desmond as a free agent to be their first baseman this year, but Desmond got hurt in spring training. Reynolds started playing early in the season and got off to an unbelievable start. He's cooled down a little bit lately and still striking out at a prodigious rate. That's always been the case with Reynolds, but he's had himself a fine season.
Coors Field is ideal for a hitter like Mark Reynolds, an all or nothing hitter, strikeout guy, home run guy.
He was with the Rockies last year as a part-time player. He hit .282 with 14 home runs. He's already got 19 home runs this year.
Oh, got away with a hanger. Boy, home plate umpire Mark Everett's got a very odd setup behind home plate. He's very exposed right there. I don't know if I'd want to let myself open like that. I mean, I get behind the catcher a little bit.
Mike Everett, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes. 2 young umpires, Chris Siegel and Jordan Baker, on the bases with Bruce Stratman. 1-2 coming to Reynolds, and it's on the outside corner. DeGrom has his first strikeout of the night, and that's the second out of the inning.
Well, Reynolds is looking for a breaking ball. Got caught. Fastball on the outside corner. And DeGrom right now is going to the whip. He's going to his fastball. Good pain on the outside corner.
102 strikeouts now for Reynolds, which is third in the National League. And the Rockies have 2 guys who've already struck out 100 times this year.
Yes, they have. Their young shortstop, who's not in the lineup tonight, Trevor Story.
So here's Carlos Gonzalez, who has just had a dreadful year. There's no other way of describing it. Guy who had 40 home runs 2 years ago, 25 homers and 100 RBIs last year with a .298 average, and this year has just been a shadow of himself. 3-time All-Star. On Sunday, Bud Black dropped Gonzalez to 7th in the batting order. First time he had hit that low since 2009. He's sitting 6th in the order tonight.
Maybe in hopes of waking him up. You know, over the years, Carlos has gotten a lot of bad habits, and I think it's finally caught up to him a little bit here. It's a big wake-up call.
Slowly hit. Cabrera in to get it. Gonzalez retired, and DeGrom minimizes the damage. Rockies get just the 1 run after the DeGrom throwing error. 1-0 Colorado. Up tonight, Michael Conforto in, Curtis Granderson out in the Mets outfield rotation. Otherwise, what has become the Mets standard lineup of late, Yoenis Cespedes trying to fight his way out of a deep slump against the Rockies opening day starter John Gray.
25 years old, went to the University of Oklahoma, #1 draft pick, third pick overall in 2013 by the Rocks. Throws hard, a hard slider. They say that the circle that on his slider is very difficult to pick up, much like what Rusty told me with Ray Washburn had a slider like that you couldn't pick up the spin.
Here's Conforto, fresh off his All-Star game appearance. Well, Jacob deGrom, we've seen this a lot this year. Messing with his fingers. We've seen a lot of pitchers who have been plagued by finger issues with the baseball that Major League Baseball says is the same as it's been, and every pitcher says is not. Taken inside by Conforto, 1-1. Seams appear to be lower, and pitchers appear to be getting more finger and blister issues as a consequence.
Well, we're on a pace of home runs that are going to surpass the steroid era. How does that happen?
Conforto had a base hit in the All-Star game in his first at bat. Also had a chance to be a hero in the bottom of the ninth. Came up with the winning run at third and 2 out.
Hey, your
was
first
unable to come through.
Your first All-Star game, it's like your first big league game. It's butterflies.
So 1 for 2, not bad. 9th Met ever to get a hit in his first All-Star game at bat, and he bangs that one off his leg. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
Nope, he had the protection there
with his name on it.
I noticed. It's just a bit too gaudy for me.
Nothing wrong with personalizing your gear.
Well, I mean, just the color combination. It's not.
Strike 3 call. 97 got him looking, and Conforto has struck out for the first out.
Well, the Coors Light Rocky defense. Everybody thinks in Rockies in terms of offense. Well, they got 4 Gold Glovers, 1 in left field and 1 in right field. That would be Cargo and Potter. And on the infield, you've got 4-time Gold Glover. Every year he's been in the big leagues. Nolan Arenado at third, and LeMahieu won a Gold Glove back in 2014. So they got some defense behind the plate. The newly acquired veteran Ryan Hannigan.
Here's Asdrubal Cabrera, who struggled going into the break, just 1 for his last 19, and takes a breaking ball for a strike. Cabrera, one of the many impending free agents for the Mets. We'll be waiting out the next few weeks to see what transpires. One of the things that Sandy Alderson alluded to in his press conference today, in addition to the things we talked about during our open today, he was asked about Ahmed Rosario and when he might be called up. And one of the things that he strongly implied was that Rosario, and for that matter Dom Smith, would not be called up until the players whose places that they're taking aren't here anymore.
So that's basically saying they're being shopped around. So my feeling is this: if you're going to call those 2 kids up and they're having terrific years in AAA, they've got to play every day. You're not going to send them up here and let them sit the pine.
But the question is, do you have to trade, say in the case of Smith, do you have to trade Duda before you can bring Smith up?
No, you don't have to, but you're going to have to make space in the roster somewhere. Someone's going to have to go.
Right.
So I mean, I haven't really looked at if that scenario happened, who would be the odd man out. I don't know, but my feeling is this: you got young kids down there. If you're not going to play them every day, then let them get down there and still hit.
I think that's a given, Keith, that if you're going to call them up, they're going to play.
Yeah.
The question is it an imperative to get rid of the veteran player whose place they're taking in order to bring them up?
It depends on the player.
Yeah. And I think that's what Sandy was trying to apply. He was trying to not answer the question. Line to center, and Blackman reaches up to get it to retire Cabrera 2 out.
Well, There are players that are good soldiers, and there are always been players that are disgruntled, and that's the decision that the assessment that Sandy will have to make. You know, is it going to? You want to bring up your young players and be around a disgruntled veteran? And Sandy said in the interview, I want to bring them up in the best possible situation for them to succeed, and that's got to be part of the equation.
Right. He said it's where their readiness meets the right opportunity presenting itself. Here's Cespedes, who is not going anywhere, but has really struggled last 2 weeks before the break. 6 for 46 with no extra base hits over that span.
It has been his first major slump in the orange and blue, and he will break out. He's got too many years to back up. He's got a body of work.
Late swing foul, and it's 0-2. Well, you have to figure that the 4 days off for the All-Star break at least gave Cespedes' leg a chance to
Certainly
rest a little bit.
Hopefully he didn't do any squats, 500-pound squats. Stay away from that, please.
And he hits one up the middle past LeMahieu and into center field for the Mets' first hit. So on a 0-2 pitch, Cespedes bangs one back up the middle, and the Mets have a 2-out base run.
Well, what's been interesting about Cespedes this year, he's been so clutch in the Met uniform. And this year he's hitting .217 with runners in scoring position. And you know, the Mets need a lot from him. He's the guy that's going to carry the flag and follow me, boys. They need him to get back in the groove.
Well, the flag holder so far this year is coming to the plate. Jay Bruce has had himself a terrific first half. 23 home runs, 59 runs driven in. Finished strong, hit 3 home runs in the last 4 games before the break. Certainly could have made a case for him being an all-star. And Jay takes breaking ball low and in for ball 1.
Some of the players that were on the All-Star team in the National League, I felt that Jay deserved to be there over them.
You naming names?
No, I'm not naming names.
That's the hard part, isn't it?
The trouble is, you know, you got the fans that vote, and that always, there's always going to be those that are disappointed.
Bruce tied for 4th in the National League in home runs.
He's got 59 RBIs, up there in the leaders. What a year. Plays hard every day.
Gray behind him, 2-0. Mets have faced Gray before. He made one of his first big league starts against them in 2015, and the Mets beat him up, scored 7 runs in less than 2 innings in Colorado. But then he followed that up with a fine start here in 15 and then another one last year.
See if they get the 3-0 hit sign here. You know, Terry likes to give the 3-0 hit sign.
Cespedes at first and 2 out. And Bruce takes it high. The Mets have 2 men on. This is just Gray's 6th start of the year. He made 3 starts in April. Then he fractured his foot.
It's a stress fracture, right?
Yeah. He was covering a play at first base and sat out for 2.5 months. It's a Rockies starting pitching staff that's been dominated by rookies. They had 4 rookies win 5 or more games before the All-Star break. First time in Major League history a team had ever had that. But Gray, who's had 1 full season in the big leagues at age 25, qualifies as the experienced guy. He and Tyler Chatwood, who pitches tomorrow night. So here's Rivera. TJ was red hot with the bat going into the break. Had 3 more hits on Sunday in St. Louis, or Saturday in St. Louis. Didn't play Sunday. And hitting .448 over an 8-game hitting streak. Bats here with 2 out and 2 on. TJ takes the slider outside for ball 1.
Right now Gray is struggling with his slider, getting it over, falling behind.
Last year finished 6th in the Rookie of the Year balloting, went 10-10 for the Rockies, a 4.6 ERA, which isn't bad for a guy pitching half his games at Coors Field. Interestingly enough for Gray, his lifetime home ERA is only slightly higher than his lifetime road ERA, 4.84 at home, 4.53 on the road. And it's been one of the things that's been remarkable about this Rockies pitching staff this year is how well they have pitched at Coors Field. Two out and two on, and TJ rolls one down to first. Reynolds corrals it, and that retires the side. Mets strand two, and the Rockies lead 1-0 after one. Second inning, Pat Valaika, the rookie shortstop, takes a slider for a strike. Mets can only hope that Valaika doesn't have the kind of series that the last rookie shortstop they faced
My
had.
gosh.
It was Paul DeYoung in St. Louis, 7 extra base hits in 3 games.
I don't think I ever saw anybody have a series like that young man had.
By the way, Valaika comes into this series with just about the same numbers that DeYoung had going into that series last weekend. Right back to DeGrom, and Mets already ahead of the game. Valaika retired 1 out. Tonight's quote of the game presented by Investors Bank, banking in your best interest. More from Sandy Alderson's press conference earlier today.
The goal is to score runs and prevent runs. Scoring runs is about offense, and to some extent it's about athleticism and speed and so forth, but mostly it's about some other things, particularly now in the game today. Preventing runs is a combination of 2 things. It's a combination of pitching and defense. So as I sit here, I say, gee, defense can't possibly be as important as offense, since it's only a percentage of what comes into play in run prevention. Okay? Not to say it's not important, but ultimately in terms of priorities, it's a little less important. What really is important on that side of the ball is pitching, and our pitching has been lousy. And it's partly because of injuries, and it's partly because of performance otherwise.
You can't get much more blunt than that, can you?
Take that.
Well, I mean, you can't argue with what he said. I mean, the Mets pitching is 2nd worst in the National League this year, even with Jacob deGrom having had the year he's had, but missing Noah Syndergaard for most of this season, missing their best relief pitcher Jerry's Familiar for most of this season, as Ryan Hannigan strikes out for the 2nd out.
Certainly, I will disagree because I'm a defensive guy, and the team in St. Louis, we had such a strong defense. I do think that they go hand in hand. And okay, sure, you can look at all those old Dodger teams. Okay, but it's a different game today. Back then, the Dodgers would have a tough time, I think, competing today, even with Koufax and Drysdale, with that offensive lineup that they had, because they would nickel and dime you, beat you 2-1. I do think that Koufax and Drysdale would be dominant in today's game in any era.
But I think there's another piece to it that it's hard to quantify. That if your defense, particularly your infield, doesn't have range, and your pitchers thus give up more hits than they would otherwise, which is clearly the case with this Mets pitching staff, then they don't go as far in games because they throw more pitches to compensate for those extra hits they're giving up, which means you're pitching fewer innings from your starters, putting more pressure on your bullpen, and so the defense is actually hurting the pitching as opposed to the pitching being just responsible for itself. That would be the argument that I would make. As the pitcher Gray strikes out, and DeGrom has himself a 1-2-3 second inning. 1-0 Colorado in the second. Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Lucas Duda leads off in the home second. Lucas went cold into the break. Just 1 for his last 21. Average down to 238.
Yeah, it's been a streaky year for Lucas. He's missed some time.
It's been a streaky career for Lucas.
Yes, it is. Yes, it has. The 238, I know that Lucas is not happy with that.
This time with the hyperextended elbow early in the season. He takes inside a ball and a strike. Duda, then Reyes and d'Arnaud for the Mets in the second against John Gray, who gave up a hit and a walk but worked out of trouble in the first. And Lucas bloops one into shallow left center, and that'll fall for a base hit. So Duda with a pop fly single, and the Mets have their second hit of the night.
Gets the tad jammed here, but Lucas, we all know, is muy fuerte. That's very strong, folks, in Spanish, and he's able to muscle that ball out into left center field.
There's Reyes. Jose had a nice hot streak right before the break. And he takes up and in for ball one.
And Reyes has been streaky. He caught fire late there. There's a couple of the boys.
Where are you?
Well, I'm there.
Must be around the other side. That's drilled down the right field line for Reyes. He's got himself an extra base hit. Duda digging for third as Cargo digs it out. And Reyes pulls in at second with his 14th double of the year, and the Mets have second and third and nobody out.
Gets himself a fastball here right down Broadway, and he turns on it. Mets are in business. Now I like Jose's arm apparel better this time. Not the canary yellow. It's the, you Met fans, that you love it, the orange and blue.
7th extra base hit in the last 9 games for Reyes. So the Mets with 2 in scoring position and nobody out. Rockies will play their infield back as Travis d'Arnaud settles in. Travis has a home run in 3 career at bats against John Gray. And takes a fastball for a strike.
Look, Gray's a hard thrower here. You see the 96 mile an hour. You see the defense straight up on the left side, pull on the right side of the infield.
Reaches for the slider and fouls it off. 0-2. Now Gray's in strikeout mode here. Second and third and nobody out. We got the 8-hitter at the plate, the pitcher on deck. John Gray last year set a Colorado rookie record with 185 strikeouts. He and Hannigan having some difficulty getting together on the side. Interesting that they have the backup catcher Hannigan catching the first game out of the All-Star break. Tony Walters is their #1 catcher. Hannigan, the veteran. And that's off the plate. 98 from Gray. 1-2. Hannigan has spent the last couple of years with the Red Sox. First came up with the Reds. A non-drafted free agent like T.J. Rivera. See too many of those have long careers in the majors. Two and two now to Travis.
Seeing a lot more gum chewers out there now.
Well, now that smokeless tobacco is verboten.
And there's nothing good about smokeless tobacco.
Slowly hit. It'll get a run in at least. Arenado with a bare hand play. And the Gold Glover throws out d'Arnaud as Duda comes home to tie the game. Arenado makes at least one play a night that really makes you sit up and take notice.
4 straight Golden Gloves. Only one other player, and he did it his rookie year. So his first 4 years in the big leagues, only one other player that had 4 consecutive Gold Gloves beginning their rookie season, and that's Ichiro. Now towards the end of his career with the Marlins.
Ichiro won 10 straight his first 10 years in the big leagues. Infield now comes in now for DeGrom with Reyes at third and 1 out. We were looking at Brooks Robinson. Brooks first came up in 1955, didn't win his first Gold Glove till 1960, and then won 16 of them. He's the gold standard by which defensive third basemen are measured. And Arenado will undoubtedly win his 5th straight this year to start his career.
Well, 16 was the benchmark. Jim Cott, as well as And we'll take a look here at how widespread his fingers are. And, you know, that's just good hands. Smothers the ball. Now you got to shift it to your fingertips. There's a little art to that.
DeGrom hits one to shallow center, and that falls for a base hit, and the Mets take the lead. Reyes trots in to score. Jacob DeGrom drives in his 4th run of the year, and the Mets lead 2-1. So a couple of blue pits in the inning by Duda and DeGrom, framing the double by Reyes, and the Mets have 2 runs home.
Well, big hang with him right there. But when you're a pitcher and you can swing the bat, you can help yourself. That's why I don't like the DH. The joker in the deck is the pitcher, and DeGrom. The Mets have their share of good hitting pitchers.
It's 11 hits this season now for Jake. So he's aboard with 1 out, 2 runs home in the inning, and here's Conforto, who struck out looking his first time up. And Michael takes a high strike, 0-1. You know, going back to that play by Arenado, it always appears to me that the hardest thing about that play is moving to your left and then using your bare hand to get your feet in the right spot to be able to use the bare hand when your body's going the other way, as opposed to charging, which is how most barehanded plays are made.
I feel it's all about, if you got good footwork, you can position yourself. To me, it's, you got the ball in the palm of your hand. You see how he shifted it to his fingertips? That's the tough play, I think. And sometimes you can't, and you've got to learn how to throw it, a palm ball, out of your palm. And that, to me, is the more difficult part of that play. There you go, throwing off that right leg. And I would always remember Sandy Alomar Sr. when he was a coach here, working with the young David Wright on that play day after day after day. And David became extremely adept at the bare hand.
Hannigan setting up inside. And Conforto pulls one into right field for a base hit. DeGrom pulls in at second, 4th hit of the inning for New York.
Well, Gray's slider's a little bit, that's nothing right there. It's more like a cutter, not a good one. So he's got to get on top of his slider, get a little more down tilt. DeGrom showing excellent baseball instincts on the bases. Doesn't get doubled up, but could have been a line drive. Right at the fielder.
Steve Foster, the Rockies pitching coach, out to talk to Gray, who's faced 5 batters in this inning, giving up 4 hits. Not all of them were Rockets, but that's with 2 home and 2 aboard with 1 out. You know, the Rockies starting pitching has been one of the big stories for them this year. For them to have an ERA in the top half of the league is remarkable.
Yes.
Considering where they play their home game. And it's been done with mostly youngsters. The Herman Marquezes and the Kyle Freelands and the Jeff Hoffmans and the Anthony Senzatellas.
They are so handicapped playing 81 games at Coors Field. And remember, this is a year where very few teams have ERAs below 4.
I mean, think about the fact that the Mets were supposed to have an outstanding starting pitching staff this year. Nobody knew about the Rockies. Mets play here, which is a pretty good pitcher's ballpark. The Rockies play at Coors Field, and the Rockies have a better starters ERA and a better overall staff ERA than do the Mets.
And a bunch of youngsters to boot.
Nobody could have figured that. Cabrera takes a fastball for a strike, and it's 1-1 as Dribble hit the ball hard his first time up, lined out to center field.
Only 3 teams in the National League area with an ERA below 4. That's St. Louis, Arizona, and the Dodgers. The Dodgers 3.15.
And Arizona, that's amazing when you consider their ballpark.
Absolutely.
Which is another great hitter's park. 1-1 to Cabrera with Cespedes on deck. dirt, and Hannigan somehow able to knock it down. A spiked fastball. Those are the ones you can't really be ready for. 97 in the dirt.
Well,
Got help from the umpire getting a piece of it.
He didn't get down and block that too. He used the backhand.
But how can you possibly be ready to block a 97-mile-an-hour fastball?
Be surprised. You know what's coming. With the fastball, it's going to be straight. I just got used to Gary Carter, that's all.
Double play ball. LeMahieu to Valleca and on to first for the 4-6-3 double play that ends the inning. But the Mets cash 2 RBIs for d'Arnaud and DeGrom and lead 2-1 after 2. At 29 years of age, when the Mets have needed him the most, Jacob deGrom has really hit his stride.
But unfortunately, it's only once every 5th day. That's a shame.
Going for his 6th consecutive win. He won 5 straight starts as a rookie in 2014, trying to win a 6th straight start tonight. Charlie Blackmon up for the 2nd time, and he takes a changeup for a strike. Blackmon singled to center field, leading off the game. Charlie Blackmon, who was a pitcher in college, hitting against Jacob deGrom, who was a shortstop in college. You just never know.
He's an athlete.
And he gets him with a high fastball. deGrom with his 3rd consecutive strikeout and his 4th overall.
Well, I'm telling you one thing, and the pitchers are going to have to wise up and start pitching more upstairs. I've seen Blackmon a lot, and Blackmon's blind up there. You can pitch him upstairs.
When you say pitch upstairs, though, do you mean up in strike zone or up out of the strike zone?
You can still do it in the strike zone and be like Seaver and like deGrom, where you get it a little bit out of the strike zone to get him to chase. A little lift on your ball, which deGrom has when he gets on top and puts something extra on it. you had Dwight Gooden. I mean, I faced a lot of great pitchers and played with a lot of good pitchers. The Doc used to have that. Tom Seaver, obviously. The list goes on. Kershaw has it.
Faced Nolan Ryan.
Noli, of course. Noli was the one. His would run away and take off upstairs. I found it interesting. I don't know if you folks read the pull-out sheet about in the Post over the All-Star break about how to fix the game.
Right.
And they talked to some of the players and their ideas. I got the biggest kick out of that.
Well, I think it's really hard for players who are playing right now as LeMahieu strikes out. That's 4 in a row for DeGrom.
Upstairs, Gary.
I think it's hard for players who are in the game right now to assess what's best for the game overall.
Well, Thames was the one that really made me laugh because he's a dead low ball hitter, the first baseman for the Milwaukee Brewers. He came over from Korea. You can see right there upstairs. He said, "Stop calling the high strike." Oh, really? Why? Because he likes the ball down.
Right.
Does not like the ball up. I just laughed when I read that.
Arenado lines one right to Cabrera for the 3rd out. Arenado hit it hard, but in hard luck. 8 in a row retired by DeGrom. Mets lead 2-1. At T-Mobile during the All-Star break, a crosstown trade. The Cubs picking up lefty Jose Quintana from the White Sox for 5 prospects, including a couple of big-time prospects, as the White Sox have done a great job reloading their farm system. And the Cubs get a starting pitcher to complement the group that got him to the World Series last year, but has really struggled this year.
Well, Quintana's got terrific stuff. 4 and 8, having a bad year. Are they trying to dial it back to 84 when the Cubs picked up Rick Sutcliffe and he went 16-1 and about 2/3 of the season?
I don't think they're asking for 16-1 from Quintana. But it's like 10-5. And so Yoenis Cespedes leading off the home third and takes a strike from John Gray. Cespedes banged a base hit up the middle his first time up. That's got both their runs in the second on 4 hits. Darno and DeGrom with the RBIs against Gray. Ball and a strike to Cespedes with Bruce and Rivera to follow. It's a nice view from the promenade. Well, the Mets are not the only team that has underperformed in the National League in the first half. Certainly the world champion Cubs have been in that category. The Cardinals,
Their problems from last year have persisted, and the Giants probably the biggest shock in terms of how far they've fallen.
Poked the other way by Cespedes, and that's going to fall fair. A base hit. He takes the turn, going to try for two. The throw by Gonzalez to second, not in time. Cespedes turning it on and legging out a double. It's his first extra base hit in the last 12 games.
Well, that was all his instincts right there. The play right in front of him as he made the turn. And it is good to see him. Look at the flat slider. Reaches out with one hand. And he seemed to run pain-free. And Cargo just takes a... Here he goes. He makes up his mind. Right here, I'm going to take it. And Cargo just kind of a little nonchalant, which has become a part of his game. That he's too good a player.
So a runner in scoring position with nobody out. The Mets' 6th hit against Gray. And here's Bruce, who walked on 4 pitches his first time up and still hasn't seen a strike. Shortstop Vallejo playing right near the bag, so Cespedes can't get far away. And Bruce fouls one off. You know, it was interesting when we were showing the disappointing teams in the National League. You look at the standings coming out of the All-Star break, and the two leagues could not be more different in terms of the number of teams in contention. In the National League, you've got Arizona and Colorado sitting in those top 2 wild card places, and everybody else is at least 7.5 games behind. Mets are 10.5 behind. In the American League, every team in the league, everyone, including the White Sox and the A's, who are at the bottom, are no more than 7.5 games out of a wild card.
Well, everything has become.
So it could not be more opposite.
Everything's become parity, and I don't know if that's a good thing here.
Well, the point is, in the National League, there is no parity. You've got the teams in contention, and then you've got everybody else.
Right.
Whereas in the American League, everybody's so tightly bunched together. I mean, look at that. You got 2 teams that have basically run away from the pack in the wild card, which has not happened often in the wild card era. Whereas in the American League, everybody is right there. The shocking part, of course, about the National League and the relative lack of parity is the teams that are on the short end right now. There's 3-1 to Bruce. I mean, teams like the Cubs and the Mets, who were expected to be right in the thick of things this year, who find themselves on the outside looking in. And the Cubs, who until a few days ago were at least really close in their division, have now fallen 5.5 games behind the Brewers. So that's not an easy path either.
3-1 to Bruce with T.J. Rivera on deck.
And Jay yanks one foul. See the new netting that has gone up along the baselines just since the All-Star break. All of that netting down the line there, protecting those seats behind the low fence. That's all brand new. And you have to applaud the Mets for making the move to the increased netting to protect the safety of the fans.
Well, with the ballparks today, the fans being so much closer to the field, I have not got an issue with it at all.
Bruce golfs one to shallow left. A long run in for Parra, and he won't get there. Another blue pitch. Cespedes goes to third. He'll stop there. So Jay Bruce with a pop fly single. Well, the Mets now have 7 hits, and 4 of them have been of the pop fly variety.
Well, very fortunate thus far in this game. And you got a Gold Glover out there in left field. He just dinked it right there. See, no moving back and forth with Cespedes. stayed right there, ready to go back to third or back. He knows how to run the bases.
So in the last 2 innings, Duda and DeGrom and Cespedes and Bruce, all with balls not particularly struck well, but have fallen in that Rocky outfield. First and third and nobody out for T.J. Rivera, and he lines one to right center field, slicing away from Blackman. That'll go back to the wall. Cespedes is in. Bruce being waved around. No relay throw. It's a 2-run double for T.J. Rivera, and the Mets have a 4-1 lead. No bloop there.
Well, a bit surprised with the pitch call selection there. Rivera's been around long enough where the team should know that he is a first ball fastball hitter. And Bruce knows that ball's not going to be caught and still runs well once he gets going.
Rivera with his 22nd and 23rd runs batted in. 4-1 New York, still nobody out of the inning, and here's Duda. So how many folks had it on the day after the All-Star break that T.J. Rivera would have more RBIs than Yoenis Cespedes?
Well, be a wealthy man or woman.
Rivera's had about 20 more at bats than Cespedes. He's got 23 RBIs. Cespedes has 19. 2-0 to Duda.
And they're teeing off on Gray here. Hasn't got a good slider tonight. He's getting his fastball up.
First outing in 9 days for Gray. The last time out beat the Reds going 5 2/3. There were 108 pitches in that game, his season high. He's given up some soft hits, but he's also given up some shots now. 8 hits in all in 2 innings plus. And Duda takes a curveball for a strike, 2-1. T.J. Rivera has now hit in 9 straight games, which is his longest hitting streak in the majors. He had the longest hitting streak for a Met rookie last year, and he has the longest hitting streak for a Met rookie this year. Nice ball off the plate, and it's 3-1 to Duda.
I don't think Gray's long for this game. He's throwing an awful lot of pitches. No one up in that Colorado bullpen. I'm a little bit surprised.
Just now starting to stir around down there. Reyes on deck. Three and 2 to Duda. City probables for the remainder of the series. Seth Lugo goes tomorrow night against Tyler Chatwood. Fireworks after the game. And then Sunday afternoon, Steven Matz against the rookie Jeff Hoffman.
Still no activity down in that bullpen.
3-2 coming, and Duda takes ball 4. Second walk given up by Gray. So 3 hits and a walk to start this third, and Steve Foster, the Rockies pitching coach, will head on back to the mound.
And we'd have been remiss, and the new Colorado Rocky manager, it's been done such a terrific job. Former American League pitcher and National League pitcher, and teammate at Cleveland, Bud Black. Bud managed 7 years at San Diego. First year here, took a 1-year sabbatical and came back. Done a heck of a job managing the Colorado Rockies the first half of the season.
Get ready for the event of the summer as the New York Mets and Marvel Entertainment present Noah Syndergaard as Thor bobblehead night. Saturday night, July 22nd, the Mets play the A's. The first 15,000 fans will receive a limited edition collectible. Get tickets at Mets.com/tickets. Here's Reyes with 2 aboard and still nobody out. 2 runs home in the inning. Jose drilled a double to the right field corner his first time up and scored a run.
Well, that's the breaking ball that Gray better throw, that one that breaks down and gets on top, not that flat one. That flat one they're teeing off on. It's more like a cutter.
Yeah, the curveball is something relatively new for him that he had started incorporating last year. Fastball strike. The slider is the pitch that has always been his out pitch, but it's not there tonight.
Oh, he's in hiding. There's Bud right there. Bud Black, the new manager.
You know, I was thinking, watching Steve Foster go to the mound for the second time tonight, it's got to be interesting being a pitching coach for a manager who was a pitcher.
It's got to be, I think, more difficult for the manager who was the pitcher.
That's line and in right center, a base hit. Rivera being waved around third. He'll come in to score. Jose Reyes is 2 for 2, and the Mets now lead 5-1. Another 0-2 pitch that results in a base hit and an RBI.
Another fastball up in the strike zone, Gary. He is up and getting tattooed.
And now there's action in the Rockies bullpen.
Right down the middle, belt high. It's not going to have much success.
So now Darno, who drove in the first run with a slow ground ball that Arenado made a nice play on. And the foul ball off the mask of Hannigan. 0-1. Zach Rosscup, who was acquired from the Cubs earlier this year, one of the 4 lefties in that Rockies bullpen. And he is up behind Gray, who is having a very rough go of it.
4 left-handers in a bullpen. How don't see that very often. We have seen it, but not very often.
So with the Nationals last week, they had 4 lefties. Here's another lefty. I don't think he's available tonight.
Huh.
DeGrom on deck, and Darno takes a slider in the dirt. 1-1. A Spectrum high-speed pitch. Gray by 2 miles an hour on the gun and down by 4 runs in the game.
Cut his hair. Samson.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Gray used to have hair longer than DeGrom's, and he cut it in spring training and donated his hair to an organization called Locks of Love, which uses human hair to create wigs for kids who have cancer and are undergoing chemotherapy. And
very nice.
Gray, who had always had his hair long, decided that it was worth cutting those locks to contribute to that great cause. So while DeGrom has the edge on him in terms of length of hair right now, it was not always so.
He also has the edge in wins. There's some serious.
Charlie Blackmon, who grew his beard out after watching the Red Sox and their crazy beards back in their World Series days. He's got the hair and the beard. It's not quite full Johnny Damon yet.
Well, I did hot summer, growing a beard, playing with a beard, I just couldn't do it.
Off the end of the bat, a foul ball. Well, those were Gray's numbers coming into tonight, but they'll take quite a beating with what he has given up so far. 5 runs and 9 hits over 2 innings plus. Still looking for his first out here in the third. Duda at second, Reyes at first with nobody out. And in the dirt with that slider again. 3-2.
See so much of this in today's game, and I think it's just because of the amount of teams. A lot of pitchers just get ahead and don't know how to put people away. 0-2 and it's 3-2. lose all your advantage.
Grounded down to third. Arenado can't get it. It's a foul ball. I guess if he can't get it, it must be a foul ball.
He would have had it if it was fair, Gary.
That was my point. Although they did hit him one down the line past him in the All-Star game. It was so shocking to see. He had a diving effort and it got past his glove and down the line. He was playing a little further off the line in that circumstance. Long turn at bat for d'Arnaud. 28th pitch of the inning coming up for Gray. Still doesn't have an out. And he walks d'Arnaud to load the bases. Well, is that going to be it? Yeah, here comes Bud Black. Yeah. And that's going to be all for John Gray. So Gray right out of the box in the All-Star break and knocked out of the box in the third inning. 9 hits and 3 walks for the Rockies opening day starter, and he's gone. Called to the bullpen. Brought to you by Verizon. Whoever brought to you by the 41st Crawford Farms Meadowlands Pace, tomorrow live on SNY at 9 p.m. By New York Community Bank and the NYCB family of banks. Visit them at mynycb.com. And by Taiwan Tourism, it's time for Taiwan. Search taiwan.net.tw. 29-year-old Zach Rosskopf makes his Rockies debut tonight. He comes into a mess. Bases loaded, nobody out to face Jacob deGrom.
Acquired by trade from the Cubs not long ago. Only had 1 appearance with the Cubs, 2/3 of an inning.
deGrom blooped a single to center to drive in a run in the second. Now batting with the bases loaded in the third. And takes a strike from Rosskopf, and it's 0-2. Zach Rosskopf, 29 years old, an Oregon native. Duda at third, Reyes at second, d'Arnaud at first with nobody out. 3 runs home already in this bottom of the thirds. 5-1 New York. Fastball off the plate. Well, John Gray didn't last long in this game. 2 innings plus. And a night to forget. Already has given up 5 and responsible for the 3 on base. deGrom down swinging, and that's the first out of the inning.
Well, he's got 5 days to think this one over. That's the one thing Bob Forrest told me. I remember telling Bob, I said, you know, you guys got it made. You got once every 5th day, and he goes, ah, yeah, Keith, but when you have a bad outing, you got to wait 4 days before the 5th day till you get back out there to make up. And then if you have a back-to-back, you got another 5 days. And he's having a hard time, isn't he?
Well, DeGrom went through that earlier this year when he had those 2 poor starts back-to-back, but I think the worst moments are these, when you're just out of the game and you're trying to deal with what's just happened.
Well, a lot of athletes beat up on themselves, that's for sure. I was that way. This kid's throwing hard. Oh, he's not a kid. He's 29. Oh.
Well, Gray has, you know, he's got a lot on his shoulders because he's the presumed ace of this Rocky staff, but he's young. Only his 2nd full season, and he just missed a couple of months because of a broken foot. Conforto facing the lefty and takes off the plate 2-1. Conforto, the 8th man up in the inning. There's Dribble Cabrera on deck. Michael had a base hit to right field his last time up. Conforto, 48 at bats against lefties this year, hitting .271 with 3 home runs. So he has really more than held his own this season when he's faced the left-handers. Fouls off the slider, and it's 2-2. It's a team known for the home run ball, but they've done it with singles and doubles so far tonight. Full count to Conforto. It's put together 2 runs on 4 hits in the 2nd inning. They've scored 3 runs on 4 hits in the 3rd. Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-2 to Conforto. Michael fouls it away.
Everything away. The one pitch that Michael swung and missed on was earlier in the count, very early in the count. And a fastball in. Duh.
Zach Rosscup, who spent parts of 4 seasons with the Cubs before coming over in a trade to the Rockies a couple of weeks ago. First game as a Rocky. He has struck out his first batter. Now he's 3-2 on Conforto. And a chopper toward the middle of the diamond. Valleca's only play is at first in time as a run comes home. And it's 6-1 New York. 6-3 put out. Conforto gets the RBI, his 42nd. And the Mets have scored 4 times in this 3rd inning. And now Cabrera will be the 9th man to bat in the inning, with 2 in scoring position. Cabrera's lined out to center and grounded into a double play, 0 for 2. This is a Rockies team that was back on its heels going into the All-Star break. They lost 8 straight. They sort of steadied the ship, went 5-5 in their last 10 games, but bottom line is they've lost 13 of their last 18. This is a team, the Rockies, that was in first place as recently as the 20th of June. They were 47-26. They had a half-game lead on June 20th. And in 3 weeks, they've gone from a half game in front to 9.5 games behind in the National League West.
Well, a lot of the 9.5 games is because of how red hot the Dodgers
Right. Well, it's their streak. They're losing 8 in a row. That started with getting swept by the Dodgers, and the Dodgers just have run with that ever since. Ran through the Mets as well. And tied to Cabrera 1-1. But despite losing 13 of 18, Bob Black's team still comfortably in front for that second wild card. But you know, when they look at their situation, they feel as though they need to get off to a good start here in the second half to hold off the thundering herds behind them. Up the middle, off the second base bag, a base hit for Cabrera. That'll bring in 2 more. Reyes and Darno score. It's a 6-1 third inning for New York, and it's 8-1 Mets.
with a cushion shot to drive in 2.
Fastball right up the middle. And those 2-out RBIs are killers.
So all 3 runners that Ross Cup inherited come in to score. And John Gray's final line looks even more hideous. 2 innings plus, 8 runs, 9 hits.
That'll put a whammy on your earned run average.
Especially when it's only your 6th start. Now Cespedes, who began this inning by reaching about a foot outside to flick a ball into right field and then legged it into a double. Cespedes, who came into the break slumping, is 2 for 2 in the first game out of the break. And that skips in near his feet, 1-1.
There hasn't been a home run. Done it the good old-fashioned way.
Well, the Mets had a stretch like this early in the season where they were scoring runs without the home run ball, building up big numbers with runners in scoring positions right after Cespedes first got hurt. But for the most part, it's been hard for them to score without the home run. Not tonight.
Cespedes drills one to the left. His 2nd hit of the inning and his 3rd of the night.
So perhaps the All-Star break has paid some dividends for Yoenis Cespedes.
And he hit this one the hardest. This is a scaldy dog, as we used to call it.
Sounded like a cannonball coming off the bat. Mets have scored 6 runs on 6 hits here in the 4th. Bruce set a blue pit to left along the way. 2 on and 2 out. And he takes a strike from Roscoe. Bruce, the 11th man to bat in the inning. Goes after a changeup, and it's 0-2. Cabrera at second, Cespedes at first with 2 out. And Bruce lays off the slider, 1-2.
Hardly any stride, Cespedes. And the bat speed. You know he's quick.
After 6 hits in the last 2 weeks, he's already got 3 hits in his first 3 at bats tonight. And Bruce goes down to end the inning, but 11 Mets came to bat, and 6 of them scored. Mets build an 8-1 lead after 3 at Citi Field. The potential trades, the comebacks, and the call-up of Rosario and Smith. Check out Adam Rubin's in-depth Mets second-half preview on Mets blog, presented by Citi, featured on SNY.TV. Well, Jacob deGrom now has a 7-run lead as he faces the Rockies in the 4th inning. Gerardo Parra, who drove in the Rockies' run in the first, takes a strike. Parra singled through the hole into right to drive in what the scorer called an unearned run in the first against deGrom. Remember, deGrom had a throwing error that moved DJ LeMahieu from second to third, so the scorer, I guess, is saying that LeMahieu would not have scored from second on Parra's hit, and thus the run was unearned. And deGrom will take it. 0-2 to Parra, and he bounces the changeup foul. What were the words that Sandy Alderson used at the press conference? Things would have to go exceedingly well on this homestand. Well, first game of the homestand, the first third of the game, things have gone exceedingly well.
I like the one word he used. I had to go look it up in the dictionary.
De minimis. I was talking about the defense. Well, his point was, he was saying, I will always consider offense more important than defense, but you have to have a certain level of defense. And he said de minimis, which is to say at least a certain baseline level.
Sounds Latin, doesn't it?
It's very Latin. De minimis.
Like something Caesar would say, or Cicero.
Sounds like something you hear in a court of law, and of course Sandy is an attorney, so.
Yes.
Mark Reynolds on deck, then Carlos Gonzalez. Parra wastes away the fastball. deGrom, after giving up Parra's run-scoring hit in the first, is retired 8 in a row, striking out 5 of the 8. And settling into a groove that we have become accustomed to seeing. Even in his last start, when he gave up 4 home runs against the Cardinals in a span of 7 batters.
He gutted through it, did he not?
And the curveball just missed. Full count to Parra.
Thought he had that one on the back door. He's got a really exceptional down curveball today. I guess they would call it a slider. It didn't miss by much, but really a sharp down break.
Parra lifts one to left. Sussman is over. 1 out. Let's take a look at the Quicken Loans rocket arms. Jacob deGrom, strikeouts per 9 innings in the National League. Even though his strikeouts are somewhat down over this hot streak from where he was earlier in the season, he's still 4th in the league.
He belongs in the top 5. I mean the top 5 of pitchers in the National League. He is extremely talented.
Well, you certainly could have made a case for Jake to be representing the Mets in the All-Star game. I think what ended up happening is, because the fans don't vote for the pitchers, it's player vote, and then the commissioner's office fills in the rest. When the players were doing their voting, it was right about the time that he had those 2 horrible starts in a row, against Texas and Milwaukee, and it probably cost him some votes. And since then, he's been almost untouchable.
Well, why are they voting so early?
That's a good question.
You're voting for half a season. Come on, slightly more than half a season.
The way the All-Star selection process has evolved, you've got really a Byzantine system that uses the fan voting, the player voting, and then the commissioner's office then has to step in, especially for the last places, so that everybody gets a representative. And Reynolds is down on strikes for the 2nd time. That's 6 now for deGrom, and he's retired 10 in a row. I guess my question to you is, who in your perfect world would be best qualified to pick the All-Star team?
Managers.
The All-Star manager or all the managers?
All the managers.
So you'd have the managers vote on.
Yes, I would.
I think that's a great idea. See if we can make that change.
Because they know the game. They see the players.
Here's Carlos Gonzalez, who grounded out his first time, and he takes a changeup for a strike. Mike Conforto represented the Mets and represented them well. The Rockies had 4 All-Stars for the first time this year.
Ooh.
Ran that ball in on his hands, and it's 0-2.
Keep it in there. He's blind in there. And this is what I was talking about earlier, that Cargo got into some bad habits. And he started swinging up and hitting home runs and elongating that swing, and it's caught up to him now. They want it upstairs again. They know where he's blind.
Got it upstairs and struck him out. 7 strikeouts in the first 4 innings for DeGrom, who's now retired 11 in a row. DeGrom dealing. 8-1 Mets in the 4th. New York. Let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Well, Gary, it's clear at this point that T.J. Rivera can hit at the major league level, but he does still have some work to do on his defense, especially on the left side of the infield at third base, and he knows it, and he's working to get better at it. In fact, last week he started doing extra work with Dick Scott. He's planning on doing it about 3 times per week, but extra work before the games, nothing too intense, but really the goal of it is just to get his feet moving a little bit more and for him to be a little more proactive in attacking the baseball. The one thing that we've seen a lot from T.J. Rivera is he's used to playing.
He drives this one to deep left field, back near the wall. It's out of here. Home run number 5 for T.J. Rivera, and it's 9-1 New York. Rivera with a double, a home run, 3 RBIs tonight. The Mets' first home run of this game, their 12th hit. And they are rollicking in their first game back from the All-Star break.
Fat. Oh, hanging slider. Right in the wheelhouse. And TJ laid into it.
Well, as you said, Steve, there's no question he can hit.
No question he can hit. And if he can just get, you know, a little bit better playing defense, he could become a really nice player in the major leagues. So the one thing, like I was saying, that they're working on is when he got used to playing the right side of the infield, first base, second base, he had more time to wait back on the baseball. You don't have that same time at third base. So Dick Scott trying to get him to really attack that baseball, and that way he has a little bit more time when throwing it to first base. And you can see this is one drill right here, just trying to get him to be a little more proactive and not wait so much on the baseball.
Well, they're working on his backhand here, so not on his forehand. So to his right, you know, if you got good hands, there's something you can't teach, and that's good hands. You're blessed with good hands or not. And you know, TJ has some work to do defensively. There's no question. I always felt, I mean, those drills are fine for a short while, but nothing better than ground balls off a fungo.
But I think the point is well made. We've seen with not only with TJ but also with Wilmer Flores when he's played third base. They tend to wait on the ball rather than.
Well, a lot of infielders wait on the ball, and because the infields are so good today, and there's hardly any bad hops.
Duda pops one up, and Arenado is there. One out.
Well, he gets a flat slider right here. Look at that. Oh boy. And fans are a little aggressive here. Got in the orange. Watch it. Oh, he went down. Oh, look at him. Took a left cross.
It's a jungle out there.
Oh, excuse me. It's a right cross.
Well, that Mets home run means $2,000, enough for no kid hungry to provide 20,000 meals courtesy of City.
Look at him.
He looks like a boxer. He just came out of the round, got the towel around his neck.
It's like Kramer. I'm hit.
Never saw it coming. Reyes is 2 for 2. That was batting left-handed against Gray. Now batting right-handed against Roscup. And he takes up and away 2-1. This has been a good stretch for Jose. Last 9 games, 12 for 30, with 7 extra base hits in that span. His best hot streak of the season. Showing off the Skyline Sox tonight. Take it back a little longer stretch over the last month. See how Jose has rebounded from the beginning of the year where he was hitting under 200 for most of the first 3 months.
I have never seen Jose mired in such a prolonged slump where he looked absolutely like he was put into exile, lost in the woods. But he's come out.
I think also moving back to shortstop has taken a little burden off his shoulders. He was clearly uncomfortable playing third base.
You got to think maybe too some of the personal issues that were surrounding him had an effect too. But he seems to have got it untracked. Got a whole second half. What, how many games here? 76.
76
left?
including
That's
tonight.
a lot of baseball.
Roscup strikes him out for the second out of the inning. First time Reyes has been retired tonight. So 2 out now. Travis d'Arnaud, who drove on a run with a ground out and then walked and scored a run. Roscup keeping it away, a ball and a strike.
Oh, there you go. A selfie stick.
Selfie stick with a phone with a Jeter logo on the back. Really?
You know, I'm not going to argue with them.
I'm not arguing. Just saying it's a little out of place. pops one up. Reynolds waiting for a near bag. Stays with it.
Jeez.
A little gust of wind caught it. Perhaps. Mets had a run in the 4th. Big bat of T.J. Rivera. His 5th home run of the season. His 3rd RBI of the night. It's 9-1 New York after 4. It's advisable unless you break your thumb doing it. Watch this.
Oh my goodness, he botched it. But see, if he had been a one-handed all-star, that would have dropped.
Well, hopefully he's okay, but what if you hurt your thumb doing that?
Easy. Rub some dirt in it. It works. Trust me. 2 hands, kids.
Pat Vallejo leads off in the 5th inning against Jacob deGrom, was retired 11 in a row, and he lifts one out to right, and Bruce has plenty of room. 1 pitch and 1 out for deGrom in the 5th, and the 5th inning is brought to you by your local Ford dealers. The Ford summer sales event is on. For big savings, go to buyfordnow.com. Well, deGrom gave up a 1st inning run, an unearned run, the result of his error. And since the RBI hit by Parra in the 1st, 12 straight Rockies have been retired. 7 of the 12 have been struck out. And now deGrom working with a big lead. Faces Ryan Hannigan with 1 out. Rockies now in swing mode. Trevor Story is out on deck to pinch hit. Very interesting that Story is not starting tonight, the first game out of the break. Remember, he was such an enormous piece for the Rockies last year, and pardon the pun, but the biggest story in baseball early last season.
He got off to that great start.
Wound up finishing 4th in the Rookie of the Year balloting after setting the world on fire the first couple of months of the season last year. But he was supposed to be a big piece of the Rockies' success this year, and well, you know, despite that, he along with Carlos Gonzalez have been the biggest disappointments for Colorado.
Could be a sophomore jinx. You know me, I'm a believer in the sophomore jinx. Hit the 27 bombs last year, 72 RBIs.
And then he was hurt in the second half.
Right. But the strikeouts are problematic. I mean, last year he struck out in 372 at bats. He struck out 130 times, and you said, Gary, right now he's got 100.
100 in 280 at bats. I mean, it's even.
I mean, you don't allow yourself a chance to get a base hit. You know, you can get a dork or a bleeder.
It's funny how the attitude about that is changing. Hannigan down on strikes, and that's 8 now for deGrom, who's really rolling. 13 in a row set down by deGrom.
The
going to be a big strikeout night for him. And again, upstairs again, folks. I'm telling you, right at the letters. You can do it all day long. Let them just, if I'm a pitcher, you guys want to hit fly balls, go right ahead. Catch up to this one.
So the combs just keep on proliferating. So here's Story. Getting just 224 for the year. 100 strikeouts, 4th in the National League, and most times having been struck out. But it was really one of the modern day tenets of the sabermetric revolution, this idea that for hitters a strikeout was just like any other out, and it was not a big deal if hitters struck out 150 times a year. Well, that's changing now. It's changing in part because the best team in baseball right now is the Houston Astros, and they hit home runs and they don't strike out.
Well, I tell you what, they hit home runs because they got good players, but they play in a ballpark that's conducive to home runs. I mean, Minute Maid is a bandbox, particularly left field, but nevertheless, they're going after first pitches, and they're not striking out as a result. And look at the. I'm not saying that that's the reason why they got this tremendous record, but hopefully, I'm hopeful that this will be a gradual change back to how a hitter used to hit.
Well, Story adds to his strikeout total, and so does DeGrom. 9 strikeouts through 5 innings for Jake. He's retired 14 in a row. Another big night for DeGrom as he continues his strong roll. Rocket League is coming to New York, and you can get in the esports game right here on SNY with the Universal Open, where you and a teammate have a chance to play live in the SNY studios and advance to the $100,000 grand final in LA. Sign up for the Universal Open today on faceit.com. Qualifiers start July 25th. Here's your 5th inning recap brought to you by Ford. Jacob deGrom has been spectacular again. 9 strikeouts, no walks, 1 unearned run. Mets offense has been on its game. TJ Rivera 3 RBIs. Trevor Story stays in the game to play shortstop. Pat Valaika moves from shortstop to third, and the veteran left-hander, the former Marlin Mike Dunn, is in to pitch.
Former Brave, former Marlin. Hard throwing left-hander.
Jacob deGrom drove in a run with a bloop single in the second inning. He's 1 for 2 on the night. In fact, Jake drove in the go-ahead run when the Mets went up 2-1. And takes a fastball for a strike from Dunn, 1-2. So Zach Roscup went 2 innings in relief. Allowed a run on 3 hits.
Not too loud with that music and those little tiny little baby ears.
I think
maybe they've got the broadcast on.
Trying to make sure that he can't hear us. Trying to keep his ears pristine as long as possible. You know, it's like introducing new foods. First you introduce the rice, then the bananas, and then maybe some mashed peas. So first the Mozart, then Keith, one at a time. New sounds.
I didn't know you had a nurturing side.
I had twins. Three and 2 to deGrom. Conforto and Cabrera to follow in the bottom of the 5th. And deGrom pops it up. Valleca into foul ground. One out and nobody on. Michael Conforto coming up. Let's check in with Steve.
Well, Gary, prior to the break, we were taking a look at the types of bats players use, and we continue that series of reports with the Mets' lone all-star bat in Michael Conforto. The specs of his bat: 34 inches, 31.5 ounces. He uses the Marucci brand and uses maple wood. He's like a lot of guys now, where he likes the big barrel and the small handle. The reason being that Conforto feels like he really stays inside the ball with the big barrel and feels like the bat whips through the zone a little bit more than the evenly weighted bats, the weight evenly distributed. He said with those bats, he oftentimes feels like the barrel gets in front of his hands, and he's found that in the past he rolls over baseballs using the evenly distributed bats.
Everybody's different. They are able to use what I find remarkable, and it's a lot of it has to do with the new bats, the maple bats. You don't need to have, it used to be the standard was you would never have a bat lighter. Like if you had a 35-inch bat, you would never go below a 33 ounces. Never get below more than a differential of 2. So I used a 34.5-inch bat, 32.5 ounce, which in my day was very light, was a light bat, considered a light bat. 31 is like a toothpick. I wouldn't be able to swing a 31-inch bat, ounce bat.
Keith, he said that when he actually first started in pro ball, it was 34 inches, 32 ounces. But when he came up to the major leagues halfway through his second season, he just reduced the weight a little bit. He said it might be more mental than anything else, but felt like that extra half ounce could allow him a little bit of extra time in the zone.
I think also too, Steve, you're playing in the big leagues a longer season. I used a 35-33 in minor leagues, my whole minor league career, and didn't choke up all the time. I came up to the big league level and I found it got a little felt a little heavy, and you never want a bat to swing you. You always want to be able to swing the bat. So I wised up and just went down a half ounce and a half ounce, I mean a half inch on the length, and it made all the difference in the world for me.
Keith, the question, sorry, ball 4 there for Conforto. But Keith, the question that I have for you, and this was really interesting to hear from Conforto, did it ever matter to you the color of your bat? Because Conforto is pretty particular about wanting that blonde or white color wood. He says that he can see the bat, the swing path, in his peripheral vision when the bat is that color, but can't see it as well when it's black. So he was very particular about that type of color with the wood.
Not so with me. I never liked the flame tempered bats because I felt when you flame tempered them, and I could be absolutely wrong, I felt it dried the wood. So I never used a flame temper. But you're talking about maple now. It's a whole different ball of wax. It's something I've never experienced.
That's what I was wondering, that you talk about the differential in the weight and the length, and I'm wondering, as the bats get harder, whether it's easier than to drop weight because you feel as though you have more quality wood, harder wood, that you don't need as much weight to get the carry that you need.
But it's still how the bat feels in your hand, and 31 ounces to me would be too light. It would be like swinging a wiffle bat. My dad wouldn't let us hit left-handed with a wiffle bat. My brother and I made us bat right-handed so we wouldn't get in bad habits, because when you have a really light bat, you tend to roll over your top hand too quick.
But in terms of generating bat speed, is it easier if you have a lighter bat to generate more speed?
Like I said, each individual is different. Whatever you can handle, the bat should never swing you. You should swing the bat.
Cabrera goes down on strikes, and that's the second out.
It's almost like a bit of a paradox, Gary. You would think with today's players and their regimen of lifting and they're bigger and stronger today that they would use heavier bats. But I think that with the quality of the maple, and like I said, I've never used maple bats. They weren't around in our day. It's my understanding that you don't need a heavy bat. Bobby Bonds, Barry's father, I played with, swung a 35, 37 ounce bat. There's no way I could swing that bat, but he did.
Well, and even was bring up Lance Johnson, who was not a big guy, he's a little guy, swung a 38 ounce bat.
That's amazing. So different strokes for different folks. I mean, we're so influenced when we're kids, in our parents raising us, who's instructing us in our sports. We're all receptive when we're kids, and those things stick in your mind.
Cespedes already 3 for 3 tonight. He carves that one foul. I think also, when you think about the increased velocity in the game, and the average velocity is going up every year, that maybe that also influences players to go a little lighter with their bats.
Well, I also feel, the way they throw BP today, and they're halfway to home plate almost on the grass. In our day, they threw from on the mound where the pitcher's front foot, where step foot was. And I think that has to do with the increased velocity, more guys throwing harder because you have less time to pick up the ball. I always was very rhythmic. I like to be rhythmic in my batting practice. I would not like to have the coaches throwing BP to me so close as they do today.
Cespedes has to move his feet on that slider by Dunn. Cespedes with 3 hits to all 3 fields, single to center in the first, dunked a double into right in the third, and then hit a shot to left for a base hit in the fourth. So it's like the triple crown of hits.
Who hit the last triple crown for the National League? Still Joe? Still Joe Duffy, 1937.
Cespedes out on strikes. First time he's been retired tonight. So Dunn throws a scoreless 5th.
Another up fastball, Garrett.
We're through 5, 9-1 New York. Rough first inning, smooth sailing since for Jacob deGrom, who has retired 14 in a row as he takes the mound for the 6th. Third time through the batting order. Charlie Blackmon takes a curveball for a strike. Blackmon had a base hit to lead off the game, then struck out in the 3rd. During this stretch of 14 in a row retired, deGrom has struck out 9 of the 14. Already this year, Jake has had 6 double-digit strikeout games, including a high of 13, and he's got 9 through 5 innings tonight. DJ LeMahieu on deck, and then the pitcher's spot for the Rockies in the 6th. Two and one to Blackmon, and he rockets one out to center field, chasing Conforto back in the gap, and it's off the wall. Blackmon into second base with a leadoff double, and that snaps the string of 14 in a row retired by deGrom. Second hit of the night for Blackmon.
18th double for Charlie. See the pitch, belt high out over the plate, a mistake, and good hitters, they'll take advantage.
You would think Blackmon would have more than 18 doubles. The reason he doesn't have more is because he has 10 triples to go with his 20 home runs. And in fact, he's only the 2nd player ever to reach the All-Star break with 20 home runs and 10 triples.
And you folks, you'd never guess who it would be. That player. Big power hitter for the Red Sox.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer that didn't run well, and that's Jim Rice. 10 triples for Jim Rice.
It's all those balls he hit into the triangle in center field at Fenway Park.
I played against Jim Rice in my first year in 1972 in the minor leagues in the Florida State League. He was at Winter Haven with the Red Sox, and he was clearly the best player in that A-ball league, that Florida State League. He was big and strong and hit back then.
And by the way, Jim Rice, 20 home runs, 10 triples at the All-Star break. He did it twice in back-to-back years in 77 and 78. DJ LeMahieu was 0 for 2. Scored the only run after reaching on a fielder's choice in the 1st. Raimel Tapia has come out on deck to pinch hit for the Rockies. We have the pitcher's spot due up next. Jordan Lyles, next man up in the Colorado bullpen. Changeup missing to LeMahieu, and deGrom behind 3-1. So Jake trying to settle himself back in here in the 6th inning after finding such a great groove from the 2nd through the 5th. Late swing foul, 3-2. Jake in the 4th and 5th inning combined had 8 swinging strikes in 2 innings. Some guys have that many for an entire game. Only 4 pitchers in the majors have had more swinging strikes this year than Jacob deGrom. 3-2 to LeMahieu, and he walked him. And so the Rockies have the first 2 men on in the 6th. That's his first walk. Let's look at tonight's G pitch cast for deGrom.
Well, I'm talking about the high fastball here, and that to me is that box could be more rectangular, moving up to the letters, the old strike zone. And I'm telling you, the pitchers can throw upstairs. They would find success, and it's deGrom certainly has.
Now it's Tapia, who got a lot of playing time while Parra was on the disabled list, and he did a very nice job offensively and defensively. 23-year-old rookie from the Dominican Republic. Takes the fastball low and in for ball 1. shortstop. He's had 96 at bats, hitting a .323, 375 on base percentage. They've got a lot of talent in their outfield. What's interesting is that the young player who we saw last year, David Dahl, remember he came into a series here at Citi Field and had a great series. I think it was only his first week in the big leagues. He's been out all year with a rib cage injury. Just started a rehab assignment, and so Dahl should be back in a few weeks. And they're going to have a big overcrowding situation in their outfield, and you wonder, as badly as Carlos Gonzalez has struggled, will they ever sit him down? Grounded slowly by Tapia. Cabrera goes for the tag, not executed, and out at first. Now, it did appear as though LeMahieu ran a little bit out of his line to avoid that tag, but they did not call him for running out of the baseline.
It's a choice here by Cabrera. And I think once he realizes, hey, whoa, wow, he really got out of that line.
Shouldn't he have been out for running out of the baseline? Or did they say Cabrera could not have tagged him anyway?
I think at the point where the tag could have been made, he was okay. He was on the fringe of the grass. That could have gone either way. The point I want to make is, I think with Cabrera is, even though it's a 9-1 game, once you realize you can't make the play, get the lead runner, keep the double play in order.
So 1 out, runners at second and third. Here's Parra, who takes a fastball for a strike. So getting back to what I was talking about before, when Dahl comes back, do you think they would get to a point where they would sit Cargo down because he struggled so badly? I mean, Parra's played great. Blackman's an all-star.
Wouldn't you think there would be interest in a trade for Cargo?
Well, he's
he's having a bad year. Give him a new environment, a new challenge.
He's got an expiring contract. He's making that gets by d'Arnaud, and that's going to bring in a run.
And that should be a pass ball.
Blackman comes home to score to make it 9-2.
I don't think that hit the ground. Not sure. Let's take a look. That's a borderline one.
Tough scoring decision.
Yes, it is. Either way, it gets no argument from me. I would give it a pass ball.
I'm going to call it a wild pitch.
Okay, I have no issue with that.
So, yeah, so Cargo's a free agent at the end of this year. So, if a team were to trade for him, they'd be taking a veteran player who's slumped badly this year, and he's making a ton of money. Fly ball out to left center. This should get a run in. Taking a third, LeMahieu. Cespedes makes the catch. He'll unleash the throw to the plate. LeMahieu is tagged. Safe.
Oh, just got his. I think he got his front foot in.
That's a great pickup by d'Arnaud just to make the play and attempt the tag. And we'll see if the Mets challenge this. Terry Collins is coming out.
Well, here's the arm of Cespedes we've come to know and love. Let's see.
Came in on a couple of hops. Did he get the foot on, though, or was it to the side of the plate?
It's the right idea here. But look at you, just another mediocre slide.
He's out.
He's out.
He's out.
Another mediocre slide.
He got the left foot before the right foot hit the plate, it appeared, from that last angle. It was not the best throw by Cespedes, and d'Arnaud did a great job to get over and get it and get that tag back on the foot of LeMahieu.
It is just not a good slide from LeMahieu. He spiked his lead foot, and it's something we've seen in Major League Baseball. Guys are just, the sliding has been horrific.
Well, Cespedes has begun walking in from left field in the direction of the dugout, thinking the play is going to be overturned. Play under review brought to you by Mazda. Driving matters. Well, it's hard to get thrown out of the play when your team's down by 7 runs, but it appears that LeMahieu may be ruled out. Mets are certainly expecting that as they wait for the decision coming from Chelsea. And the call is overturned. It is a double play, and the inning is over. Outfield assist for Cespedes. Terrific tag by d'Arnaud. And LeMahieu is out, making it a 9-2 game in the 6th. Bottom of the 6th, the Mets with a 9-2 lead. Rockies bringing a new pitcher, right-hander Jordan Lyles.
Well, Lyles in those 38 and a third innings has given up 8 home runs. So he's got gopher ball itis.
364 average against left-hand hitters, and a left-hand hitter leads off against him. Jay Bruce is 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. John Gray, the starter, went 2 innings plus, allowed 8 runs and 9 hits. Zach Rosscup, 2 innings, a run on 3 hits. Mike Dunn, a hitless 5th. And now Lyles, the 4th Colorado pitcher. And the high slider gets a swinging strike. A ball and a strike to Bruce. TJ Rivera, who's had a big night, is on deck. Lucas Duda behind him. Bruce gets jammed and flies one out to center. And Blackman puts it away, 1 out. Well, now TJ, who doubled to right center to drive in 2 in the Mets' 6-run 3rd, and then tacked on his 5th home run of the year, leading off in the 4th. So a 3 RBI night for TJ. Has got his average back over 300, has a 9-game hitting streak, and doesn't look like he's inclined to give up that third base job anytime soon.
What a dream come true, huh? Bronx kid playing in New York.
I'm intrigued by the fact that standing at home plate, you've got TJ Rivera. Squatting behind home plate, you have Ryan Hanigan. Both players were not drafted. 2 non-drafted free agents in the big leagues. It just doesn't happen very often. Valleca throws out Rivera, 2 out. I mean, the odds, think about it. I mean, we celebrate players who get drafted in the 20th or 30th round and make it to the major leagues. But guys who went through the entire draft, never got their names called, and somehow find their way to the big leagues, it's almost impossible.
Yep.
Here's Duda. Lucas is 1 for 2 and a walk.
Big shift on Lucas, and rightly so. See that triangle defense, I guess they call it, whatever you want.
Works better than the triangle offense. And Lucas pulls one down the right field line. He's got a base hit. So a 2-out single for Duda, his 2nd hit of the night. And the Mets 13.
And you know, Gary, when you've had, well, my day was 3 days off. Now it's 4 days off. You get a little out of sync. Even if you go to the All-Star game, you get out of the rhythm of playing every day. And it's almost like a second opening day. It's not the nerves of opening day, the butterflies, but you certainly want to get that first hit, start the second half, and get moving again.
Now Reyes is 2 for 3 tonight, single and a double. He's driven in a run. He scored 2. And the side retired. A little buzz in the hands on that one for Reyes. 9-2 Mets after 6. For it tonight. Last year, Nolan Arenado, one of 3 major league players to win a Gold Glove and a Silver Slugger. Who were the other 2? That's a good question. We don't talk about Silver Sluggers very often. We talk more about Gold Gloves. Here's Mark Reynolds leading off in the 7th against Jacob deGrom.
Is that last season?
Last season.
Okay.
Talking about last season, there were 2 other players besides Arenado who won both the Gold Glove and the Silver Slugger. Driven out to center. Conforto a step or 2 back. And Reynolds retired, 1 out. Let's check in with the studio. CJ Papa has a game break brought to you by the New York State Department of Health.
That guy's loud.
Thanks, CJ.
Jeez. Heard you loud and clear.
There's Carlos Gonzalez, who's grounded out and struck out tonight, 0 for 2. Broken bat looper. And there's Cabrera to play it, 2 out. So Carlos Gonzalez's troubles continue. He's 0 for 3. And deGrom, after giving up a run in the 6th inning, got the benefit of that overturned call at the plate, and he has just continued to roll. If he can get 1 more out, this would be his 6th straight start going 7 innings or more, which, you know, he's won 5 games in a row, and that's great. But not only that, he is eating up innings and keeping the Mets out of that bullpen at least once every 5 days. Has a complete game during that span as well. There's Pat Valaika, who's 0 for 2, and he takes a strike. Rom's given up 2 runs, only 1 earned on 4 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. Brian Hannigan would be next. Valaika pounds one into the ground. It's a fair ball, and Valaika's out. Side retired. Nice alert play by Darnell to pounce on it. Not so alert by Valaika to not run. 1-2-3 inning for deGrom, and he's through 7 again. Stretch time, 9-2 New York. Home seventh inning. Travis d'Arnaud leads off against Jordan Lyles, working his second inning of relief. d'Arnaud 0 for 2 and a walk. He's driven on a run with a ground out and scored a run. Jacob deGrom is out on deck, so he apparently will get the 8th inning, and why not? He's thrown only 92 pitches through the first 7. Travis takes a slider off the plate, and it's 1-1. Mets were down 1-0. They scored 2 in the second and then 6 in the third, and it's all been smooth sailing for Jacob deGrom and the Mets ever since. Curveball bounced toward third, charging Valaika, and he can't pick it up, and d'Arnaud is safe at first. That is not Nolan Arenado playing third base.
Well,
then again, nobody else is.
There's a base hit to d'Arnaud.
So the Mets have their 14th hit of the night. And now deGrom, who has one of them, drove in the go-ahead run with a bloop single in the second. Since then, he struck out and fouled out. So it's 9-2 in the 7th inning, and they're holding d'Arnaud on at first.
I hear you. I didn't notice that. I would be asking my manager if I can play behind.
I think you call off the jam. And deGrom has his second hit of the night. That's 12 hits now for deGrom this year.
Off the end of the bat, but a level swing. Keeps that ball on the line.
Well, deGrom has accomplished a lot already this year. His first big league home run. Now a dozen hits for the season. Keeps going this way, he's going to be bearing down on a Mets club record for most hits by a pitcher. I think the record is 21, if I'm not mistaken. And now Jake has a dozen, a little over halfway through the year. So now first and second and nobody out. And here's Conforto, who's 1 for 3 and a walk. He's driven in a run. SNY's Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. Lyles throws one by Conforto, 1-1.
Miss there?
Blowing through the area. It rained for a good portion of the day today, but it had been clear up until this point. Conforto lifts one to left, pretty well hit. Parra back onto the warning track at the wall. It's out of here. Michael Conforto with an opposite field 3-run homer. Number 15 for Conforto. And the Mets blow the doors off. It's 12-2.
Love Conforto using the opposite field. And Lyle, that is his 9th home run he's given up and the 15th home run for Conforto.
4 RBI night for Conforto. Drove on a run with a ground out in the third. Now a 3-run homer. 45 RBIs for the year. And the Mets having themselves a grand old time on the first night back from the All-Star break, and Cabrera tacks on a base hit, his second hit of the night. So 4 straight hits for New York to start this home 7th inning. 17 hits now on the night for New York, and Yoenis Cespedes has 3 of them, 2 singles and a double. He's 3 for 4. The way we checked, it is the Met Club record for hits in a season by a pitcher is 21. Doc Gooden did it in his Cy Young year of 1985. And the thing about it is, if DeGrom threatens that record, he will do it, I suppose, with far fewer at bats. I mean, Doc threw upwards of 250 innings that year, didn't he? Josh Edgen up in the Mets bullpen.
And I think more starts back then, too.
Pitching deeper into games, getting more at bats. DeGrom with his 2 for 4 today is pushing his batting average perilously close to 300. He's up to 286.
It's going to be a 4 hitting pitcher in Stratomatic.
Is that good?
It's good. It's the best hitter.
Well, if he's going to approach like a Madison Bumgarner, he's going to have to mix in a few more home runs. And he's got the 1. Pulled down to third. Valaika bobbles it. Recovers in time to get Cespedes.
Jeez.
Second ball in the inning that's given Valaika trouble at third base. Could have easily been a double play had he handled it cleanly, so no error.
Well, he's having a hard time over there. He's got the yips. That's just bad hands right there.
Got the start at shortstop tonight. Looked fine there, but has mishandled a couple of plays at third after they took Arenado out of the game. Remember, Arenado fell in the first inning when he rounded first base and fell on his hip. They've not said anything about injury, but I wonder whether that's at least part of the reason why they took him out.
I think the game got out of hand. It's precautionary.
Yeah, I'm not saying he couldn't have continued, but given the fact that the Mets were well ahead and he had fallen on that hip and looked like he was in some discomfort, perhaps that's why. Jay Bruce 1 for 3 and a walk. Cabrera at second and 1 out, and Jay yanks 1 foul. This was that play back in the first inning, that slow roller.
And we thought there was a collision there, but there wasn't. He just slipped on the wet grass. The wet turf.
He came up holding that left hip as he came back to the bag. So Valaika moved from short to third to give Arenado the rest of the night off. 1-2 to Bruce. By the way, DeGrom with the 2 hits tonight, his 4th multiple hit game already this year.
I think 6 in a row is in the bag. I normally don't like to call it early, but 12-2.
Good block by Hannigan.
And that'll be a new mark for DeGrom, 6 in a row. I believe he's had 5 wins in a row twice in his career.
And this will be the first time he's won 6 starts in a row as opposed to 6 decisions in a row. Last Met to win more than 5 straight starts in a row was Steven Matz, who last year won 7 straight starts. Full count to Bruce. We're on picks tomorrow, back on SNY for the final game of the series Sunday. That'll be Steven Matz's start. 12:30 the coverage right here on SNY. Games on picks tomorrow. You know what that means?
We got our new shirts.
The brand new Picks polos make their debut.
We got the sky blue, like the Chargers of San Diego. John Hadel, Lance Allworth.
Good change up by Lyles to strike out Bruce 2 out.
Keith Lincoln. Part of the Sid Gilman's bunch.
Bambi.
That's right.
Here's TJ Rivera, double and a home run tonight. He's driven in 3.
Are those shirts here? I don't think I have them at home.
I brought mine home, so I hope you have yours, because we wouldn't want you to not have.
I forgot what I did with mine.
Wouldn't want you to not have your brand new Picks polo on the day that they're unveiled.
They got to be here, Russ. Oh, my Picks shirt here.
What is he, your haberdasher?
It's here. All right, sweet. I thought so. I didn't think I took it home. So I was a Charger fan when I was a kid, the old AFL days. I have a Charger helmet with 21. When they had the number on the side up underneath the lightning bolts, it's John Hadl, the only quarterback that was 21 in pro football.
Well, you remember when Tom Matty played quarterback for the Colts.
41.
40 something. Well, he's a running back.
I think he was 41.
But he had to fill in because they had all their quarterbacks hurt.
Correct. Good call, Gary.
1960s NFL, AFL football. Great fodder for a 12-2 game. 1-1 to Rivera, and it's in tight 2-0. Oh, I think the Pix Polo is making its premature appearance.
There it is. That looks.
It's still got the tag on it. Look at that.
Now, folks, I want you to know one thing. The Pix always, the shirts run large. I'm not this big. Well, I like the color.
It's a very nice color, and definitely an upgrade on the material too. Now, how they're going to look, you know, when we wear them on the air in close-ups with the bright lights, we'll find out tomorrow.
It's got New York's very own on the
New York's very own right on the sleeve.
See that, guys?
Very nice.
On the sleeve.
Steve Olbaum, he does not stint. Got the New York's very own on the sleeve. Good job, Olby.
Nice job.
Rivera strikes out on the inside fastball, and that'll do it for the inning. But the Mets tack on 3 on Michael Conforto's opposite field 3-run homer. Fresh out of the All-Star game, Conforto with his 15th home run of the year, and the Mets with a laugher up 12-2 after 7. Game. Watch every SNY Mets game wherever you are on any device all season long with live streaming presented by Verizon. Just download the NBC Sports app or visit SNY.TV, your home for live streaming coverage of every SNY Mets game. Jacob deGrom back out there for the 8th inning. Ryan Hanigan first pitch swinging, flies one out to right. Jay Bruce right there waiting for it. One pitch and one out for deGrom in the 8th.
It's the perfect way to do it. Here, hit it. I'm up 12-2, up 10 runs. I got 8 gloves out there.
Trevor Story up for the second time. He struck out in the 5th inning. One of 9 strikeouts for deGrom. He had 9 through 5. He's gotten the last 7 outs without a strikeout. So while deGrom pitches the 8th inning here, Gio Gonzalez is going for a complete game shutout in Cincinnati.
I wonder when the last time Gio threw a complete game.
2013, I believe, is what I just read. And trying to do it in that bandbox in Cincinnati, too.
And Cincinnati's got a pretty decent lineup.
Talked about DeGrom perhaps deserving an all-star berth. I think you can definitely make the case Gio Gonzalez should have been on the all-star team.
I agree, and I'm not a proponent of all-star games with relief pitchers. I know the National League didn't do it this year. They kind of they picked starters. American League stuck to a lot of relievers. People don't want to see an all-star game with relievers. You have the closers, that's fine. But there was nothing better than to see Marichal. Oh, let's just be contemporary. That's, you know, would it be Kershaw going to? Then it would be DeGrom coming in, and it would be Strasburg, and then it would be Scherzer. You know, and matching up with the it was against the American League starters. It was always great fun to watch.
The National League was the team that brought Pat Neshek in to pitch the second inning.
I understand.
Well, it seemed to work for both teams because it was a pitching dominated game.
Story takes strike 3 call. Number 10 for Jacob DeGrom. For Jake, his 7th double-digit strikeout game this year and the 17th of his career.
Well, the troubles continue for Mr. Story. Had 2 more Ks on his year.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Charlie Blackmon up for the 4th time. Blackmon has been a bit of a roadblock for DeGrom tonight. He has 2 of the Rockies' 4 hits, a single and a double. He scored a run. And Blackmon takes a strike. And why wouldn't Blackmon be a roadblock? He's got 119 hits now, more than anybody else in the majors. Love the combs. Although I have to say, it's really problematic that Jake would ever get a comb through that mass of hair.
No, I agree. I think that would.
As one who once had long hair myself, only a brush would work.
But you can use a real good conditioner and then make it nice and silky soft, and that comb would go through it a little quicker.
I bet he uses a brush. Just a guess.
Oh. Mountain. Lead singer was, what was his name? Mountain's lead singer was it Leslie West?
West, right?
Leslie
yeah,
West.
Good call. I think you'd use an Afro pick for that particular hairstyle.
I actually ran into Leslie West one night at the old China Club over on Broadway one night. He was a big baseball fan. We talked baseball for around a half hour. Nice guy.
Road ahead, presented by Buick. 2 more games to go in this series. Ronnie reappears on Monday when the Cardinals come in for 4. And then Ronnie's former team, the Oakland Athletics, will be here next weekend.
Yep, and Ronnie will never be on the weekends again. Ronnie will be, well, of course, with Turner, and yours truly has the weekends. I'm ready.
Consider that fair warning.
I am. That's right. You don't like it, hang with them.
Backdoor slider just missed 1 and 2 to Blackmon. Well, they can always mute us and put Howie and Josh on the radio, you know, or do like they did with the baby with the noise canceling headphones. Here's the 1-2 coming, and it's bounced foul. All sorts of options these days. You can, you know, go to Gamecast. You can
mute.
You can just read the tweets from the beat writers.
That one guy around 2 months ago wrote the Daily News, a letter to the editor. He said he turns the mute off when I'm on the air.
Well, there you go. See, everybody's got their own way. It's like you said, it all
I thought he
depends
was
on the individual.
confusing me with Ronnie. I really did.
Well, that's happened before too. Again, the 1-2 to Blackmon, and the breaking ball low. 2 and 2. Been quite the midseason run for Jacob DeGrom, and trying to finish off his tenure tonight on a high note. 2-2 to Charlie Blackmon. Struck him out. Number 11 for Jacob DeGrom. 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 11 strikeouts for the Mets ace. Another tremendous job well done tonight by Jacob deGrom.
More upstairs gas.
Basketball straight from the courts as SNY in overtime team up to bring you the hottest New York City hoops action. Check out this week's best highlights from some of the best high school ballers in town on Geico Sports Night tonight after the postgame only on SNY. Lucas Duda leads off the home eighth against the UConn product Scott Oberg. Alexei Amarista now playing center field. Amarista will hit third in the order. Oberg will hit first, and that last foul ball caught the catcher Hannigan, and he is trying to shake it off. And that's why the home plate umpire Mike Everett has gone to the mound. Looked like he got him on the catching hand thumb. He's got that thumb guard on there, but that only does so much.
Oh yeah, that hurt.
Hannigan's been doing this a long time, 36 years old. It's probably not his first go round with getting that thumb nail.
Well, he's got that guard on because he's already probably got a bruise on it or been damaged it. So he's going to be very sensitive there.
Scott Oberg in his third year with the Rockies. Massachusetts native who went to UConn. Testing out his catcher, and Hannigan says he's fine, or as fine as he's going to be. To 2, and it hurts. Duda 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. He scored 2 runs, and Lucas takes it up and away, 1-1. Jose Reyes on deck, then Travis d'Arnaud. Let's see, there's nobody up in the Mets bullpen at the moment. deGrom at 104 pitches through 8. That's lined and caught by LeMahieu in the shift. Triangle defense pays off. 1 out. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. Gold Glove and Silver Slugger, Arenado last year, and 2 others. Manny Machado, maybe?
Goldschmidt? Nope.
Mookie Betts, that's a good one. Did you see the throw Betts made from center field?
No.
In the All-Star game? Caught it right in front of the warning track. Arenado tried to tag up at first and go to second, and Betts threw him out by a healthy margin. One hop strike. There's Reyes. Jose is 2 for 4 tonight, a single and a double. He's driven in 1. He scored 2. Josh Edgin now back up in the Mets bullpen, so you'd have to presume he'll pitch tonight.
Yes.
I mean, there's no reason DeGrom couldn't finish the game, but you'd rather save that inning now in a 12-2 game. Mets playing 17 straight days starting tonight without a day off. So everybody will be working on regular rest. DeGrom's next outing would be Wednesday against the Cardinals. Chopper, foul. 1-2. Mets get another crack at Adam Wainwright in the first game of that series against the Cardinals on Monday. He pitched one of his best games of the year, that Saturday game in St. Louis.
I talked with a friend of mine. I was actually my old buddy. We went out and had dinner. He said that was the excuse me, that was the best game that Wainwright threw all year. But he seemed to tuck her out in that 7th inning, didn't he? Had a good curveball that day.
Hasn't he always?
This is bread and butter.
One and two to Reyes, and he rockets one into right for his 3rd hit of the night. So Jose continues his hot hitting.
Not much of a slider right there.
One out and one on. Now d'Arnaud, who had an infield hit his last time up, 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. And he skies one out to right center. Over goes Amarista, the center fielder, and reaches out to get it for the 2nd out. So 2 out. And now Curtis Granderson will pinch in. Got a little adventurous there at the end for Amarista.
Cargo didn't want that ball at all. He said, "You take it."
Keith, I would have to think that now that we're out of the All-Star break, that playing time is going to become very difficult for Curtis Granderson to find.
Well, Conforto has to play. And you've got Jay Bruce and you've got Cespedes. So I would be inclined to agree with you. You know what? Curtis will not make won't make any complaint. He'll be ready to go when called upon. He is a consummate professional.
Of course, this was supposed to happen a couple of months ago, and then Cespedes got hurt, and Conforto got a chance to play, and then Granderson got hot, and then Conforto slumped and then got hurt. So it's all kind of been pushed down the road, but now we're finally at the point where, at least for the moment, all 4 of these guys are healthy at the same time.
Youth will be served.
Yeah. Well, it's also, you know, the last year of Granderson's contract. He's not likely to be here next year, and if the Mets don't have this exceedingly good stretch that Sandy talked about today, and they do start thinking about the future, Conforto is the future. Here's ball 4, and Granderson's on. So Curtis walks as a pinch hitter, and the Mets have 2 aboard in the bottom of the 8th. I will say, if you're going to have an exceedingly good stretch, this is a good way to start for both the Mets and for Michael Conforto, who's driven in 4 runs tonight, including a 3-run homer his last time up.
Very promising.
So DeGrom is done after 8. 2 runs, 1 earned, 4 hits, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts. Another magnificent performance for DeGrom, who lowers his ERA below 3.5. His ERA took a huge hit those 2 starts. against Texas and Milwaukee when he got knocked out early and gave up a ton of runs. But he has rebounded over the last 6 starts now. As you look at tonight's starters brought to you by People's United Bank, his ERA over these last 6 starts is 1.53. So he has really kicked it in gear.
He's something else. He's very special.
1.53, that rings a bell. That was Doc's ERA the entire season in '85. 1.53.
I played behind him.
I mean, think about that. I mean, DeGrom has been off the charts great for 6 starts, and he's got a 1.53. Doc did it for a whole season. Check swing by Conforto, and he stopped it in time. 2-1. Conforto 2 for 4 and a walk. 4 RBIs tonight. Now has 15 home runs and 45 driven in. Started the night with the 6th best on base percentage in the National League, and he's been on base 3 times out of 5 tonight. Fights that one off at 98 miles an hour. 2-2. Mets with 18 hits tonight, 2 shy of their season high. They had a 20-hit game against the Giants 3 weeks ago. Full count to Conforto. Reyes at second, Granderson at first. They'll be running. And Conforto takes inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So Conforto's on base for the 4th time tonight. Back-to-back walks issued by Oberg, loading up the bases with 2 out for Asdrubal Cabrera.
All these pitchers that want to throw 3-2 dip-de-doo up there, and they can't get it over in a tight spot in particular.
Here's Cabrera, who's 2 for 5 tonight, and a base hit off the second base bag in that 6-run 3rd inning for the Mets that played at a pair. And now has a chance to put a capper on the evening with the bases loaded and 2 out of the 8th, and swings through the fastball, 0-1.
Holding that ball like a circle change.
Like a claw. Nothing and 2 to Cabrera.
Let's see if he goes 3-2 after he's 0-2. Make that around the upteenth time it happened tonight. Yeah, that's what he does, and he does that because he wants to throw it. He has to go in there and dig into his glove. So that's the reason why it's easier to go from your circle change into your fastball grip and not give it away in your glove as opposed to vice versa. Guy's a hard thrower.
Yep. Well, the Reds final in Cincinnati. The Nats won 5-0, but Gio did not go the distance. They pulled him after 8 1/3. Where it lays off.
Okay.
And it's 2-2.
We're one ball away from 3-2.
Is that what you're?
This is one of the reasons why the games are so long too, okay? Because these pitchers don't know how to put hitters away when they're 0-2. Not all of them. Mainly the culprits are in the bullpens.
Well, I can imagine from a pitcher's perspective, when you see home runs flying out of the ballpark the way they have been this year, that you'd be a little reticent to throw anything,
Gary,
too close.
This game's not for the lighthearted.
The lighthearted or the Weak-hearted. Lighthearted. We're lighthearted here, Keith. 2-2 coming. And there's another full count, and Keith gets his wish. Look how happy you are.
I predicted it.
But why are you so happy about it?
No, because I was proven right.
No. Right as might. Now the merry-go-round will be in motion. Reyes, Granderson, Conforto. They'll all be running. 3-2 to Cabrera. And as Dribble fouls back the fastball, and we'll do it again.
You know, in that pullout sheet in the Post about how to fix the game, one guy had an interesting, or was it in there, or did I see it in a tweet? I'm not sure. He said it would never happen, and I agree. I don't know who the fellow was, but cut back to 26 teams in 4 divisions.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that is right. And baseball wants to expand 2 more teams.
Too high, ball 4. That'll force him another run. 3 straight walks issued by Oberg. Cabrera with his 3rd RBI of the night as Reyes trots in to make it 13-2. And no relief coming.
No. I wouldn't even go talk to him.
Steve Foster, the pitching coach, has worn out a trail from the 3rd base dugout tonight. One of the reasons the Rockies are in the position that they're in, 7.5 games up for the 2nd wild card, is that they have pitched so well, but not tonight. Starter John Gray lasted just 2 innings plus, gave up 8 runs and 9 hits, and nobody has really fared very well since. Yasiel Puig, 3-run homer in the 9th off A.J. Ramos, and the Dodgers come back and beat the Marlins. 7 straight wins now for L.A. They are 62-29.
Those kind of wins, you're starting the 2nd half and you have a win like that. Oh.
Here's Cespedes, and he takes ball 1. Mets had 2 outs and a runner at first, and Oberg has walked 3 in a row. 2 of them against hitters he was ahead of 0-2. Cespedes 3 for 5 tonight, 2 singles and a double. And takes a slider down, 2-0.
Good Lord.
So what do I do next?
How about a strike? That would work.
30th pitch of the inning upcoming for Oberg. Fastball strike, 2-1. Cespedes has got 49 at bats since his last home run. Two and 2. Cespedes rolls one slowly. Tough play for Valleca. Throwing on the run. Not in time. And another run comes home. 4th hit of the night for Yoenis Cespedes. This one drives in Granderson to make it 14-2.
Oh, lucky one here. You'll take him. Got jammed. And is there any question about Cespedes right now? His legs look pretty strong.
He's been running well all night.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to worry about his fatigue here. So, still, I still don't feel we're at the point where maybe we pull the reins a little bit back on a day game following a night game. Still, just to get his legs, get his land legs going.
As opposed to his sea legs?
That's right. Thank you. Aye, aye, Captain. They're laughing at me in the truck. folks, but that's okay. I can take it.
Well, Juan Cespedes is laughing. 4-hit night for Yoenis. He really needed that coming out of the break.
Jeez.
0-2 to Bruce, who's the 8th man up in the inning. It's too shy of their season high for runs scored. They had a 16-run game against the Braves back in early May. 14 tonight. And Bruce pulls one into the shift. LeMahieu makes the play, and that retires the side. Mets tack on 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And we head for the 9th. Mets 3 outs away from a win to start the second half. Gets to Citi Field tomorrow, and the Mets play the Rockies at 7:10. After the game, you can enjoy a fireworks show that will light up the Citi Field sky, presented by Verizon. For tickets, visit Mets.com/fireworks. Matt Reynolds will play third base for the 9th inning, and Josh Edgin will try and get the final 3 outs. DJ LeMahieu takes a cutter for a strike.
Well, there's Josh's numbers.
Last time out Saturday in St. Louis, walked the only batter he faced. LeMahieu pulls one through the hole, a base hit to start the 9th inning. Just the 5th Colorado hit of the night. And now Alexi Amarista will come up for the first time. Amarista came into play center field in the 8th inning. Amarista, the guy they call Little Ninja. He attacks you stealthily. Fouls one off.
And quickly.
That's okay too. It is 14-2 in the 9th. DeGrom threw 104 pitches over 8 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts, and a wild pitch. which cost him his only earned run. And 3 outs away from registering his 6th win in his last 6 starts. Marista strikes out for the first out of the ninth.
Oh, another high fastball.
Here it comes.
You get that big uppercut, you're never going to catch up to the cheddar with any mustard on it.
So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Gerardo Parra, who drove in the first Colorado run. In fact, the first run of the night. A ground single to right in the first inning that put Colorado up 1-0 before the Mets ran off 9 unanswered runs. And a foul ball off the helmet of d'Arnaud. No damage done. 0-2. Mike Everett calling the balls and strikes tonight.
Very peculiar setup. Very upright, and watch him move the last minute. I wonder if that would be, I guess it's not distracting to the pitchers. But suppose it was, and you said, hey Mike, you know, can you get a little set? You're affecting my concentration. Would he be able to adjust?
Is he moving because the catcher's moving? In other words, when d'Arnaud moves a little to his left?
Look at the d'Arnaud set. Well, he just that was a little that wasn't as extreme. I'll tell you what, he's a very fit umpire. I'll tell you that, he's in great shape.
See that more and more with the umpires, especially the younger guys.
There used to be a lot of umpires back in the 70s and 80s when I played that rested their hand on the back of the catcher just for balance.
Shaq Crawford used to put his arm almost around the catcher.
I forgot about that.
I always wondered about that, whether that was distracting for the catcher. This is just kind of a light touch.
Well, I bet you he got asked if he wanted to dance.
Lined into right, a base hit for Parra, his 2nd hit of the night. Mayhew goes first to 3rd, and the Rockies have runners at the corners with 1 out of the ninth.
Hanging slide ball.
Chase Bradford getting up in the Mets bullpen. Presume that Edgin can work an inning with a 12-run lead. Here's Reynolds, who's gone 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out twice and flied out against DeGrom.
Interesting.
Which means that he's now 0 for 15 against DeGrom.
Reynolds hitting one of the fine year that he's having. I mean, he's hitting .284 coming into this game with 19 home runs and 61 RBIs. He's hitting only .169 against left-handers. That's hard to believe.
And he's down in the count here, 0-2. Reynolds has already struck out twice tonight, and now 3 times. 2 out. So Edgin has a couple of strikeouts here in the ninth, and the Rockies are down to their final out of the ninth. And now Carlos Gonzalez, who has gone 0 for 3 and not looked very good doing it. A weak ground ball, a strikeout, and a broken bat pop-up. Slider off the plate for ball 1. Tomorrow night, Seth Lugo for the Mets, Tyler Chatwood for the Rockies. Game will be on Picks tomorrow night. 7 o'clock start. Fireworks after the game. 1-1 to Gonzalez. Edging with the 1-1, and it's fouled back, and now the Rockies are down to their last strike. One-two coming. Breaking ball off the plate. Parrott takes second base on defensive indifference. Two and two to Gonzalez. And a full count. Pat Vallejo would be next.
Come on, Josh, close the door.
Three and two to Carlos Gonzalez. And he fouls it back. Edging 20 pitches deep into this top of the ninth, trying to secure the final out. And he walked him to load the bases. So 2 singles and now a walk. And the Rockies still breathing. Bases loaded, 2 out, and Pat Vallejo coming up. Vallejo is 0 for 3 tonight. Got the start at shortstop tonight, moved over to third when Nolan Arenado came out of the game.
So just think, if they expand 2 more teams, that'll be 24 to 25 to 26 more pitchers. Think of that. Chew on that one.
And Edgin having trouble throwing strikes, and d'Arnaud is going to go out for a conversation. The end appeared to be in sight for Terry Collins. Glenn Sherlock can only wryly agree with whatever Terry just said. Edgin behind 2-0 with the bases full. And Vallejo bounces it foul. 2-1. Reached for and hit out to center. Conforto's there, and that'll do it.
Mets have themselves a victory the first day out of the All-Star break. 19 hits, great pitching by Jacob deGrom, and on a day when their general manager said before the game the Mets would have to play exceedingly well for them to change their plans before the trading deadline, the Mets for this day play exceedingly well and beat the Rockies 14-2.
Well, whenever you have a terrific pitching performance or pitcher in command, your defense, everything seems to click. And deGrom, 6 in a row. That's a new career high for him. 6 consecutive wins, brilliant 8 innings, 11 strikeouts, gets his 10th win. And the Mets bang out 19 hits, score 14 runs. Big day for Cespedes with 4 hits. Jose Reyes with 3 hits. Conforto with his 15th home run, drove in 4. A big night all the way around.
Game summary presented by Ram. deGrom gave up an unearned run in the first, then got plenty of run support and was dominant. 11 strikeouts, his 7th double-digit strikeout game this year, as he goes 7 or more innings for the 6th straight start and wins his 6th straight start. For every Mets win, the Mets organization is proud to contribute $2,500 to Northwell Health and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northwell.edu/cats. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to an even $100,000. Every Mets win this year means another opportunity to win amazing prizes from Delta Airlines. Go to sny.tv/Delta Dugout to sign up now. Final score tonight, the Mets 14 and the Rockies 2. We'll come back with more from Citi Field in just a moment.